Cash Blast from the Nebraska Lottery is back. Up until April 2nd, buy a 2x2 ticket and enter to be one of 14 weekly winners of $5,000 or $500. Details at nelottery.com. 2x2 top prize odds, 1 in 105,000.
Hi, I'm Mike Ham with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Running back Derrick Henry and the Ravens have agreed to terms on a 2-year, $16 million deal worth up to $20 million, $9 million guaranteed, according to NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. One day after being released by the Packers, running back Aaron Jones is signing with the Vikings. NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero reports it's a 1-year, $7 million deal. Vikings also signing free agent quarterback Sam Darnold. He gets 1 year worth $10 million. Four-time Pro Bowler Danielle Hunter signing with the Texans. It's a 2-year, $49 million contract with $48 million guaranteed. The Bengals traded running back Joe Mixon to the Texans after Cincinnati agreed to terms with running back Zach Moss on a 2-year, $8 million contract. And the Steelers are signing ex-Ravens linebacker Patrick Queen, 3 years, $41 million. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month, but you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, guys, it's Nick for Hims. Look, as we get in this time of the year, hey, you might lose in your bracket. Not a big deal, right? Well, also, if you're losing your hair, it doesn't have to be a big deal. In fact, when you get older, a lot of those things that happen to us don't have to be a big deal because we don't have to accept it as our reality. Through Hims, you can upgrade your daily routines with prescription treatments that can make a big difference and help you regain your confidence and help you feel like yourself again. So if you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com and do something about it. Hims has helped millions of guys like you get help for their health problems. And since it's all online, that means no doctors' offices and no pharmacies, just solutions that can bring real results. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Riding season is here, and it's time to trade in and trade up. Or, if you ain't riding it, Luss Hills Harley-Davidson is buying it. Sell your Harley-Davidson today. Luss Hills Harley-Davidson. Rise up and ride on.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-659-8080. That's 1-800-659-8080. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-659-8080. That's 1-800-659-8080.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Get more with Murphy Tractor. Each of our 29 locations offers new, used, and rental John Deere construction equipment, an extensive parts inventory, as well as other complimentary products. We also have a full team of Capstone certified technicians with field service capabilities. Let Murphy Tractor be your first choice for your construction equipment needs. Visit us online at murphytractor.com.
If you're unhappy with your job or employer and you've hit a dead end, it's time to start your new career as a delivery driver with Host Coffee. Our local family-owned business is growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
1620 The Zone.
Derek White straight away, catch and shoot, 3 in the air, got it. Derek White's really been locked in shooting it. He's 5 of 6 from 3, and the Celtics have a 17-point lead, 77-60. Tatum turns, attacks the paint, muscles it up and in, scored on the foul.
Live from 50th and Capitol Avenue in the Big O. This is Mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone. 1620thezone.com and 1620 The Zone TV. Now here's Gary, Nick, and Jimmy.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
Well, yes. Yes, you should start your engines, especially if on championship week, you were up after midnight last night watching an MAAC semifinal game and wondering, what in the heck is there a championship week game on the East Coast that is now at halftime and it's midnight? Basketball. That's what it is. Good morning, boys.
Oh, hey, March.
Back. I am back. The voice, though, is I got a cold up in Sioux Falls.
Oh,
so
that'll happen.
And, there were some exciting moments for the
71
2 days
degree
that the
day.
Mavs were there. Hey, it was 79 on Monday.
Damn!
There were people golfing in Sioux Falls. But I'm glad to be back as a co-host of this program. I know sometimes when I'm not here, it can be a codependent show. It's a one-sided relationship, and you're just kind of talking to the wall. Hey, got a hot take. Let's see if it bounces back at me.
Yeah, no, there was nothing about Mike Trout or anything. Don't worry about that.
He's good. He's really good.
Yeah, I think we've all made peace with that. So it's been good. But we obviously missed you, and we were hoping that maybe you would show up this morning or be talking to us maybe via StreamYard or on a bus with a big old thing of champagne celebrating the Summit League championship. But again,
yeah, that was disappointing on Monday night. Just did not play some smart basketball at key times. And then last night, South Dakota State almost tricked it off. Denver, kind of like Omaha a few years back where they played in the final, like the semifinal, just kind of they hit the wall. I think Denver did the same thing against us.
Yeah.
And so they got to a slow start, and I thought they were going to get completely run out of the building. And then South Dakota State forgot about playing basketball in the last 6 minutes, and Denver got back into it. But South Dakota State won the title once again in the South Dakota State Invitational up in Sioux Falls. I'll talk about this later. I'm worried about Summer League men's basketball in a big way. So, you really can't complain about South Dakota State until you beat them. And it is their invitational. I mean, it's a home game. They had a moment before we played on Monday night. They're playing St. Thomas. There is a St. Thomas player at the free throw line, and the place is going nuts. St. Thomas was within about 5, and they played a sound effect over the PA, just like they did at Pinnacle Bank Arena.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not against that's not Summer League protocol.
But nobody got upset.
Oh,
nobody.
Good.
Like St. Thomas, St. Thomas coach was like, "Whoa, what's going on?" But no, it's nice to be back with you guys. I like Sioux Falls. I've said that before. It's a nice growing community. It's a nice clean community. Everybody has 2.5 kids. They live in white picket fences, and they either work for one of the health companies or a credit card company. It just
I've learned,
but I don't think I could spend like if we would have won on Monday, we'd be there on Tuesday. We'd be coming back this morning. That'd be like 6 days in Sioux Falls.
Yeah.
We're running out of things to do. I'd gone and walked around the falls. They have a really nice downtown. I walked around downtown. We walked around the Empire Mall to kill time the other day.
People said, "Good morning, Gary."
How'd it go last night?
How's mall life in Sioux Falls? Is it thriving?
Actually, Empire Mall is pretty productive.
Okay.
Man, there were a lot of Jackrabbit fans.
I'm
They
sure.
one thing, and they've had a great year. They only won football and they won men's and women's basketball. They were good in wrestling in the Big 12. Those people love their Jackrabbit gear. Everywhere you look, they're wearing Jackrabbit gear.
Yeah.
And it would suck to be a South Dakota fan in that state because you are a little brother.
Yep.
Like there are hardly any South Dakota people around. It's all that blue and gold.
I remember when they were playing, maybe they were playing each other with one of the tournaments that I went to, and I just figured, oh, this place is going to be like divided, like equally blue and red. I was amazed how many, like actually how little South Dakota fans showed up. It was crazy to me. And I know that South Dakota State is heavily involved. They got a tremendous fan base, but I remember some of those games that we've done here in Omaha when I was doing PA announcing for men's basketball and women's basketball, and South Dakota fans, especially for the women's program, well, they would really show up. But I can't remember who they were playing. It might have been South Dakota State. It might have just been a Summit League team. I just figured it would be overwhelming majority would be South Dakota fans. And I wasn't impressed with their turnout at one of those tournaments.
I mean, it's a smaller school. It's not the state school. I don't think it's the state school. Vermilion's a really tiny town, but man, there's Jackrabbit fans everywhere. So, there's a couple of things you can. The state of South Dakota, which has a lot of politics involved in it, a lot of politics. People like to talk politics in South Dakota. Thank God you can drive 80, like that.
That is true.
So
That's
from
what
here
sports
to
is
from here
for.
to Sioux
Very
City, the drive is okay. Then Sioux City to Vermilion's not bad. Vermilion to Sioux Falls can lag a little bit. But then, like the drive north of Sioux Falls all the way to the North Dakota border, or you're going to Fargo. Yeah. But at least you can drive 80 through South Dakota. Yeah. And I also noticed on the radio stations, when you hit scan, there was a couple of radio stations that just play like whatever the DJ wants to play.
Oh, fun.
Like they might play a country song, then they follow it up with like a pop top 40 song. And I'm like, this is a great radio station. This is like listening to Pandora.
So it's
the new format.
I did FM radio on top of AM radio when I was in Columbus, and I gotta admit, I played whatever I wanted to.
If I was in small town Nebraska, like you have a jock shift from 10 to 2, I just play whatever.
That's what I did. So I was on a morning show.
Technically, we are the wolf. We are big country. No, I would just play whatever is on my phone.
Yeah,
that's what this radio station in Sioux Falls does.
From 6 a.m. to 10 a.m.
34-minute fish song.
We had more of like a back and forth. Had a morning female co-host until 10, and she was, till 8, and she was with the Chamber of Commerce, and then she'd start her chamber job at 8.
Hey, that is such great small town Nebraska radio.
Totally. And she was
What
like
a great gig.
She was like my Columbus mom. Too.
Mornings with Mayor and Nick.
And then from 8 to 10, it was just me. And I would, because it was the station and still going, Clear 101, and it would be. It's the best of the 80s, 90s, and right now. Well, to me, that meant whatever was on my playlist, as long as it was edited. We played some Linkin Park, played some Mariah Carey. It was everything. You know what? I haven't heard this song in a while. I know it's not officially in our library, but it will be. And I think I heard it at another radio station in Omaha. So I'm going to play it. Yeah. No consequences or repercussions on that at all.
It's basically like hooking in the board to your iPod
Yes.
and spinning it. Going, hey, whatever plays.
Yeah, it's like when the DJ doesn't show up for the wedding, and so you're scrambling, and you just get someone's playlist, and you put your phone and say, "Hey, just use my playlist," and away we go. We'll have some fun tonight.
Good morning. That was Slipknot.
The other thing about Sioux Falls is there is such a war up there for healthcare companies between Sanford Health and Avera.
Yeah,
like everywhere you look, there are these brand new buildings, and some of them might not even be medical facilities. Like Avera Health, we worked out one day at a sports complex that we had to ourselves, and it's the Avera Sports Center. It is a medical company that's got so much money that just built a sports complex.
Because Sanford had too.
And so Sanford is building a place like 2 blocks down the road. They're like in an arms race in Sioux Falls.
So it's like CVS and Walgreens, but it's the health companies.
Multiple arenas.
So,
you're gonna put one there? Hey, we're gonna put one right here.
A few years ago, Omaha Athletics, they'd love to have like an all-encompassing athletic facility that's got some practice gyms, and the entire athletic department could be under one roof, and put it down by Baxter Arena. It was probably about 5 years ago. The Sanford Health people approached Omaha Athletics, and they were like, "We would like to help you," and they were like, "We have one problem.
Yeah, we've got this med center.
It's called the University of Nebraska Medical Center." But they are
presented by Sanford.
It seems like every other building in Sioux Falls has either Sanford Health on it or Avera, and I'm like, wow, what an arms race!
Sanford
Are there really
Catholic
that many
Church.
sick people in Sioux Falls?
Apparently.
And that's the big story here.
Yes.
We need to check on our friends.
The last time I was in Sioux Falls was the Sunday before the world shut down 4 years ago, and I came back and I had some type of stomach ailment. I do remember that. I didn't stop at Sanford Health. But
people there are very nice. I like Sioux Falls. I 6 days is probably enough. And also dealing with the Sioux Falls media who think that event is the greatest thing ever.
Oh,
and
really?
And they look down on all the other teams in the Summit League that do not bring media. So I was technically the only media person there for Omaha. I mean, there were a couple other people that were there that work in the Omaha media that covered the event, and they've covered Omaha basketball this year. So, it wasn't like Johnny come lately.
Yeah.
Denver had nobody. I mean, Denver does not have a band for basketball.
I believe that.
Their cheerleaders didn't come, and they don't have a mascot. So the Sioux Falls media were like all over them. Like, why wouldn't you come from Denver to cover this? Your team is on the cusp of going to the NCAA tournament. How come you don't have somebody here? Now, the Denver Post had like a stringer. But nobody but the Sioux Falls media are like, oh, why don't you guys come cover this? Now, there's a lot of people from Fargo that come to cover it. And I think every
trip south.
Every person that wants a free meal in the Sioux Falls media goes to this. We see them.
Smart.
But I don't know. I think that event, which I'm not on the train of move it out of Sioux Falls. I think they got to make some adjustments. I had not seen as many empty seats for that tournament as I did this year.
Really?
Like even last night. Well, first of all, you're playing at 8:30 at night. And the Summit League bends over for television. They don't stand up and say, hey, we got a pretty good product here. Instead, they let television dictate everything. So they're playing at 8:30 on a Tuesday night. All right, tell that to the Denver fan who saw them beat Omaha the night before to possibly go to the NCAA tournament for the first time and go, hey, I wonder if I can get a quick flight. I think the tournament needs to be moved to the weekend where it finishes on a weekend or a Monday night.
Good idea.
But they need to get out of the 8:30 slot. But I had never seen, and they promote the heck out of that tournament in that town. And it's their event. I mean, it's like the biggest thing going in Sioux Falls. Is there were a lot of empty seats. Like last night up in the upper level, I noticed they had a lot of empties. And you got South Dakota State, who was a heavy favorite to cut down the nets, is playing. And the women played earlier. Now, women's basketball is a great draw for that tournament. It's the best mid-major women's basketball tournament in terms of attendance. And South Dakota State won the women earlier in the day. But the men's tournament, which is kind of its signature, man, I think they got to tweak it a little bit because there were a lot of empty seats. It's a league that I voted, I don't know, there were about 7 minutes ago in the game last night, and I voted on the all-tournament team. And then when it came out, I said, well, okay, there's 2 guys on here that are out of eligibility. There are 3 other guys that won't be in this league next year.
Yeah.
And that was the story up there is, okay, that guy's not playing, that guy won't be here, that guy won't be here, that guy won't be here, that guy won't be here. He's going to go somewhere else. That guy just made $100,000 by the way he played in that game. And then to top it off, there was, and I won't say which team and I won't say which player on Omaha's roster, in the middle of one of the 2 games that Omaha was playing, a pretty good player on the other team told one of our guys, hey, I'm going to be playing in the Big Ten next year if you want to come watch me. Oh, it's so, we just had this, we were going
tampering going on.
Hey, we just had this legal tampering period
in
the NFL that's going on right now in day 3 of free agency. The illegal tampering that is going on. I mean, people know numbers. Like, hey, did you know that guy at North Dakota State got offered $100,000 to go to Minnesota? And he's telling people that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, whoa.
You should have been like, to visit?
Summit League basketball is in a weird spot right now. It's good basketball. I think they could do a better job of promoting themselves, but they're about to be absolutely fleeced. And their signature event, I think, needs a little bit of energy to it. And you know what? It might benefit the league if South Dakota State stops winning. They're successful until you knock off South Dakota State at their invitational.
Yeah.
You really can't complain. But I think the league would have benefited, in my opinion, more to get Denver into the tournament. Or, like last year, Oral Roberts made it.
Yeah.
But then the league kind of like forgot about Oral Roberts, and the media,
right?
They nobody talked about Oral Roberts. So I don't know. I think they need more basketball people. I had a couple of discussions this weekend up there with people that.
Well, you had 6 days.
Have my same sentiment.
Yeah.
That they need some basketball people involved, because that's a basketball conference. Needs to be more of a basketball conference. But man, it's gonna be an interesting offseason in that league. You have a couple coaching changes. I think the best of the best players will not be in that league next year, and so you got to kind of start all over again. Well, the Max Asmuses and the Baylor Shireman's are playing elsewhere.
Well, yeah, and that's part of the branding too. Is you're using some of the faces of the league, and when you're constantly turning that over, because those guys are going off to play in the Power Six. I would want to know this, and I'm sure you have a better answer to this than I ever would. How much, when you say basketball guys could be heavily involved, basketball people could be a little bit more heavily involved with this conference and the way that it pulls off its tournament too, how much do the coaches' input go into anything?
Unfortunately, not much.
That's too bad.
Yep. Unfortunately, not much.
You got some good coaches in that conference, and you have for a while.
You have some coaches that have like Power Six experience that are now in that league as head coaches, and they have thoughts. Trust me, I hear a lot of their thoughts and their frustrations, and I don't know how that is resonating. But it's the life of a low. I think the league would like to be mid-major. Right now, they're low major, unfortunately.
Yep.
And South Dakota State won last night, and we got to see Bill Kyle III do a chin-up, basically. Tell you what, he's come a long way. He was really good at Bellevue West. His first year, he was super raw last year, but you could kind of see it because he was a little gangly, but he was all over the place, and he looked like a baby giraffe. But he was able to put the ball in the bucket. The growth that he made between his freshman and sophomore year, pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, he stood out that Omaha
He was
game.
the tournament MVP last night, and he deservedly so. But man, he's got some bounce, and I'll be curious to see where he ends up after this season.
The other part I wanted to ask about the Summit League, because I've experienced it from just the fans' perspective, and I love you have the hotel that's connected to it. That's kind of the fan headquarters. And I remember the one year we went when South Dakota State got bounced early, and boy, rooms open up at the cheapest rate. It was fantastic. You had to be an opportunist to jump on one of the cheapest. It was great, but the venue was fantastic. The Premier Center, I think, is a great place to hold that type of tournament. Now, if South Dakota State, more importantly, is not involved, you're right. Because I remember watching the North Dakota State Omaha game. There wasn't a lot of travel. I thought maybe people would travel a little bit more from Fargo, but there wasn't that many North Dakota State fans for that championship game as well. So for the championship venue that night without South Dakota State, it did feel a little flat, because my only other comparison was when South Dakota State played Omaha, and you're right, it was the South Dakota State invite. But I think from a venue standpoint, it's top notch.
Yeah,
that's why when I hear, and I was actually very, I don't want to say I was surprised to hear you say that you wouldn't want to see it leave Sioux Falls either, but there needs to be tweaks to it. I know a lot of people that have gone there that have been maybe more part of the tournament were thinking, and maybe it's just because we're always looking for something new. I thought that would have been kind of tough, because I don't know, as far as that venue, its size, and still it kind of has a newer feel to it, at least a more modern feel to it, where you're going to find that type of venue that I think is almost perfect for the attendance. But there's so many other things that go into a tournament. So I'm seeing it just from the venue standpoint, and for how easy it is for fans to access it. I mean, you don't have to get out of your car. You can walk just that little walkway from your hotel to the arena, and you're right there. I mean, it's as convenient as possible, but other things obviously to showcase the league. And now we've seen a large sample size with Omaha being a part of it, of what works and maybe what needs to improve.
I think you can't make a push to move the tournament out of Sioux Falls if you don't bring fans.
Yeah.
Because if you move it to Omaha or Minneapolis, the South Dakota State fans will still travel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they make it an event. There's like Omaha played the back-to-back 8:30 games, which is a late night to play a game. even on Jimmy standards.
That's for sure.
But the South Dakota State fans, like some people, that's their vacation. So they go to all of the games. They would still travel if it was in Omaha or if it was in Minneapolis. But schools that are complaining, then bring fans.
Yeah.
I mean, and that
includes Omaha.
North Dakota State fans have checked out on their head coach. That's a situation to watch. I think Dave Richmond has had a lot of success in the month of March. He's been there for a while.
That's too
but
bad.
they don't draw anymore. And they had very few fans that were there.
That's not like them.
On Sunday. Nobody else travels.
Mm-hmm.
Omaha. Unfortunately, the students that were there were loud, but it's spring break.
Yeah.
They had the band, thankfully, because there were other schools that didn't have a band.
Mm-hmm.
Cheerleaders there, the mascot was there. There were, outside of the friends and family and administrators, probably a handful of Omaha fans. So I don't think schools can complain that it's in Sioux Falls if you're not going to travel. But the problem with that league also is there's not a lot of passion for the product.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so disjointed on.
That's what I wondered.
Like Omaha promotes it and Omaha works it and Omaha realizes what it can be. South Dakota State does that. But there are very few schools in that league now that have passion for the product and they promote it and they try and make it a big time thing. So I was, whenever South Dakota State wins, and they were good, they were the best team this year. They were the best in the regular season. I would have loved to see Omaha play them again. And I hope they're a 16 seed. And I hope they get sent to Dayton because I think that's best for the league to win one game and then to move on, kind of like North Dakota State did a few years ago when they got bounced by Zion's Duke team. I was in my head, I think, is South Dakota State winning that tournament good or bad for the league? And that's where I always start in assessing where Summit League basketball is. But it's going to be an interesting offseason in that league. As I mentioned, there's a lot of activity with the portal that opens up Monday. Yeah, the portal opens up on Monday. And then you have the Oral Roberts, which went through the run. They had a bad season. South Dakota has been down for the last 2 years. And then North Dakota State, people are they're numb now. They're like, whatever. And then they're going to lose a pretty good chunk of their roster.
I was probably kidding myself when I experienced the Summit League tournament for the first time, but some of the things that I brought up there, I was hoping that with Omaha in it, you would get a new group of Omaha fans. And there's a small section, and they definitely exist. And I think they go up annually, regardless of when Omaha is playing. But to me, it reminded me, I remember hanging out in the lobby, getting ready for the game that first year when they played Denver on a Sunday night. And I thought, wow, I think more people need to know about this. It's kind of a cool setup. And I tried to really pump that venue up and just that experience up because I thought it was really cool. And I thought it was something, kind of the start of something to come for Omaha fans. It just never really took off, I think, from a lot of standpoints. I think people realize, it's a short drive. To me, I was hoping that eventually.
But what did you just say? So here's what I had a conversation with this weekend is you got to get this tournament onto a weekend.
Yes.
So you just said Sunday night. I remember that game.
Mm-hmm.
Denver beat Omaha. It was an 8:30 tip-off.
Yes.
So if you're a fan that would like to go, you probably got to work on Monday.
Yeah.
So are you even thinking about driving all the way to Sioux Falls? You can make it back in less than 3 hours, but you're not thinking about going up. And then if they win on Monday,
right? Are you staying?
Are you staying, or are you coming back, or what's? So I think the league needs to find a way to get that on the weekend.
Yeah.
And that would be encouraging too. Like if you're a Denver fan, or you're from Tulsa, you're from Kansas City.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on a weekend. I'll come up, but I don't know. But I don't know that there's enough people that have power in that league that are thinking this way, because they're thinking, well, we need to get the game on TV, and man, we don't want to disrupt the people here in Sioux Falls. So what are your priorities when you look at promoting men's basketball or making sure that your signature event is still tied in with Sioux Falls and it's good for Sioux Falls?
Well, and
then because when it's good for Sioux Falls, it's also good for South Dakota State.
And this is exactly aligning with your point then, because as you bring that up now, I was hoping, again, this is probably where I was a little bit naive to think that it could turn out to be this, but hoping it could be sort of a mini Arch Madness, the way the Creighton fans would flock over to St. Louis, because that tournament became the thing to do. You may have not gone to a Creighton game all year, but you were going to go meet your buddies over at St. Louis for Arch Madness. And when did that tournament end? On a Sunday.
Yep.
Everything got going
Yep.
mid-late week.
Yep.
So you're able to roll into the weekend. And if your team was still playing, say on a Friday, you got there, you made a weekend of it. And lo and behold, if they were able to play in the championship game, you're there on Sunday, you could bounce right back that night. You're back at work on Monday.
Yep.
And that's what I was hoping it would be.
Fan.
Yeah.
All right. A couple other thoughts that I'll share throughout the show about the trip to the Summit League tournament now that Omaha season is over. Nebraska and Creighton still haven't played yet. We got to wait for a couple more days for Nebraska. Creighton goes tomorrow, but the Big East and Big Ten tournaments get started as championship week is here. Yesterday, the Big Ten announced their postseason awards. The Big East will announce the coach, the player, and those individual honors today. I'm not triggered by the word co. I'm more triggered by people that doubted that when I said Fred Hoiberg is going to be the coach of the year 3.5 weeks ago. I'm not triggered by the co, Hoiberg and Painter sharing it, because I'm more triggered by all conference teams that have 7, 9, 12 guys on them or gals.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of was a little surprised by just the Nebraska outrage of the word co for Fred and Matt Painter getting that honor.
Yeah.
What are they? Are they the agent for Fred? And maybe there's something in his contract that says for you to get the bonus, you got to be full coach of the year. Co, you're only going to get a fourth of that.
Yeah, you feel like it's not the same as Big Ten Coach of the Year because officially you have to put it as co-coach of the year, and that takes a little bit away from that. And then I saw the argument of, well, Matt Painter, look what he had coming back. You or I could coach that team to where they are right now, which we all know is not true.
I don't know. It pays well. We could do it together.
we could all co-coach that team. But I think there's been some good points brought up about, okay, when you do have that type of team and when you are on everybody's radar and you still take on all comers, and I don't think many people can argue right now that Purdue is playing some of its best basketball at the right time too. There's something to be said about that, of being able to navigate through a season when you do have those types of players and being able to take that step forward.
So coming up in the next segment, some of the great coaches in the history of their particular sports don't necessarily have a bunch of national or conference coaches of the year. I mean, what Tom Osborne won 3 national titles. I think one time he was the national coach of the year, 12 conference titles, maybe 7 times.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's 7 that he was coach of the year. Well, I remember when I was just starting to follow sports and the Boston Celtics were so good. And I was wondering why, like, Casey Jones didn't win coach of the year every year. Pat Riley didn't win coach of the year every year. And people are like, well, they're the best team, so they're supposed to be that. Well, I got a question about the whole Painter Hoiberg thing. Again, I'm not triggered. Hey, we had co-Nobel Peace Prize Award winners one time. Did you get triggered after that?
Yeah.
Did both of them fight it out? Now, for the Purdue fan out there that is like, or the Nebraska fan that is like, screw you, Purdue, the tiebreaker could have been this. Purdue didn't go unblemished in the Big Ten. The only time they got hammered was in Lincoln.
Head-to-head.
Their only game against Nebraska, they got hammered. So at least Hoiberg has that tiebreaker over Painter.
Scoreboard.
Oh.
Scoreboard. Yeah, we talked to Amy about this on Monday, and she predicted that, and didn't say she necessarily agreed with it, but she predicted that. But when I was watching them unveil the awards yesterday, and I get it, the Big Ten is going to be pro Big Ten, so any decision that is coming out of the Big Ten, they're going to be supporting that. But again, I think there were good points to be made about Matt Painter. I think there have been many times, and kind of to your point, a lot of good coaches that we see go through either a tremendous run or a great season because they had a loaded roster, and we sort of dismiss their role in that. We dismiss their managing of that roster or their ability, maybe in some big games that they won, of what their overall role was. For me, I think I will immediately always look at the coach that overachieved the most or was expected to, like Fred, expected to finish towards the bottom, and you see how high they climb, and you kind of watch the dynamics of the team and see what the coach's role is there and realize, hey, that is a hell of a job. So we're always going to put that person in the discussion more than anything. But to ignore the team that's been as consistent and as good as they've been all year, to ignore that coach of, that's what they're supposed to do, and just say it wasn't that great of a coaching job, probably missing the mark a little bit.
I got a question. I got a question coming up the next segment about these awards and especially Coach of the Year awards. We'd also get into the debate of who should vote on these awards. Because there are some people that I don't think – well, I looked at some of the all-conference teams yesterday in the Big Ten, and I think the wrong people vote for those awards. If the Summit League does something very, very smart in their postseason awards that I don't think other conferences do. So we'll talk about that. Coming up on the show, Brandon Vogel will join us. Also, Nick Batters, the fine play-by-play voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, now going into his sex year.
Good for him.
Sex year. Like the first year is supposed to be first year as a minor league play-by-play announcer for a team. You're supposed to be a virgin?
Yeah. Then
second year, just have all kinds of sex, and it's home run after home run. It's like Dongtown.
And his last name is Batters.
Yes.
Pants optional. Wow.
Tried to save myself there. Tried to pull a little Mariano
That was great.
Rivera.
That was great.
I haven't been here for a couple of days.
I know.
Last time I talked to you, I was sitting in a hotel room.
Yeah.
But Nick will be in because the Storm Chasers, along with Energy Media, have an announcement coming up, and so Nick will be in coming up at 9. You got the lineup brought to you by the Roofery's of John Higgins Weather Guard Championship Week. And we wait again. Creighton doesn't play till tomorrow. Nebraska doesn't play until 8 o'clock.
Yeah, it's a fish fry.
On Friday
it's a fish
night.
fry special, baby. You might even be done with your fish fry by the time Nebraska tips off.
If I was trying to grab extra revenue, I would extend my fish fry.
Oh yeah,
and I would have a big screen TV in there.
You make that go on till at least 10:30. Oh, and you know how rowdy those things get with the pitchers flowing like wine. Oh, extend that out to 10 o'clock because usually those things open up at like 5.
Fred goes 0 for 5 in the Big Ten tournament, then we'll get really rowdy. All right, the lineup brought to you by the Roofery's of John Higgins Weather Guard. By the way, Kelly Pfeiffer says hello to all of you.
Oh,
he appreciates all the Nebraska fans.
Yeah,
one of my favorites.
Did you guys have lunch together?
He will be. No, we did not. But
Okay.
while he was getting ready to work the first semifinal on Monday, we stood at courtside and talked. He is working the Big Ten tournament.
All right.
So that'll make everybody happy. They don't know what games. He just knows that he's in Minneapolis. And so like a day before they tell him what games he's working.
Does he get Iowa, Ohio State?
I said, by chance, are you working the 8 o'clock Friday night game? He goes, don't know.
Blink twice.
I said, are you just messing with me? And he goes, no, we don't know.
Oh.
They don't tell us until a day before. And then they don't tell the coaches at the championship week games in your conference or the NCAA tournament until 45 minutes before tip-off who the official is.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So do they have to keep him like incognito? Say you spot the guy in the tunnel, like, hey, are you doing our game?
Just go up there and find out.
Oh.
If Fran sees Kelly, like, hey, buddy, you doing our game tonight? Good.
You can always join the conversation. Lots of hoops talk. Also, a little bit of football. Cole's Cash is gone from Minnesota. 951-1620. That is the 42 Degree The Source by your mom's house hotline. You can always jump in on the Equitable Bank inbox. How is Bad Take Doug? I saw an email yesterday.
Yeah, he's been firing off.
Should be the coach of the year.
Yeah,
and that immediately went to the delete box.
He's been firing off a lot of them here these past couple days too. He's got thoughts.
I look forward. Doug has thoughts. Good on him.
Yep, he's got thoughts.
I look forward to those and all of yours in the Equitable Bank inbox. Gary at 1620thezone.com.
Handley 1620thezone.com.
Also in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, which I have seen that I've already made some people from South Dakota not happy.
Oh,
I thought you said you like Sioux Falls.
I like Sioux Falls. I just think they got to tweak the tournament a little bit.
So you got the Summit League weighing in on you now, huh?
I look forward from afar watching the Summit League tournament. At Gary Sharp 1620.
At Nick Handley 1620.
All right. Off and running. Jimmy will have an update after 7. When we come back, is the Coach of the Year award in any conference, any sport, is awarded for the person that meets or exceeds expectations. It's Mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com with Gary Sharp and Nick Handley.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
Warmer
weather means even hotter savings during the 42-degree spring sale. Drop in for unbelievable savings on American Glass, Kratom, Premium Cannabis, Tyson Disposables, THC Edibles, Dr. Dabber Devices, and more. This is a limited time sale that is sure to put a spring in your step. Don't miss the spring sale at 42 Degrees, your destination for top-tier cannabis, second-to-none product selection, and exceptional service. Buy your mom's house.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Trees, are they all the same? Not at Lanahaw. Grown from a quality seed source, handcrafted in our local farms for generations, and acclimated to our tough Midwestern climate, Lanahaw's trees are different. Simply put, they're better. Much like our trees, we take great pride in being homegrown. Visit our garden center to find your next tree today. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Join me, Jimmy Allen, for the Creighton Athletics Hour. We'll be talking all things Blue Jays and interviewing your favorite coaches, so you don't want to miss it. It's the Creighton Athletics Hour, Thursdays, starting at 6 o'clock, only on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and your 1620 The Zone mobile app.
And we're back. Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Here's Gary, Nick, and Jimmy on 1620 The Zone.
All right, so I just saw here, we got WOWT. Channel 6 on one of the TVs. We had KTV on the other here. And they are, I think it was John Chapman was doing a story. They must have rolled out the food items.
They did yesterday, yeah.
Mecca did yesterday.
Yeah, they're a lot of the usual fare, Gary, but they have good basketball names. So that's why it makes them unique.
So
all for $27.95.
Aren't they just the same food items at
pretty much
the ballpark, but they changed the name?
Yeah, you get the Heat Check burger.
Yeah. They do a really, really good job with that.
Cold beer.
I don't ever see anybody buying those, but they do look good on the presentation.
Oh, amazing.
They make it look gourmet.
It's food porn, man.
So we're closing in on, of course, Selection Sunday, where 4 teams from around here will be in the tournament. Man, it's going to be tough to get excited about Omaha. It's cool that it's here. First and second round.
Yeah.
But our attention is going to be elsewhere. Now, if it was just Creighton, we'd still pay attention because Kansas and Iowa State, I think, are still coming here. And everybody's favorite Iowa coach, Steve Alford, is going to bring his Nevada Wolfpack here.
We think Kansas is coming.
I think they still are.
Think so?
I think they will.
Tim said so.
I think KU will stay a 3, even though they're an underdog tonight against Cincinnati, which is crazy.
Yeah, when I still think your 18-point scores.
I still think they'll be a 3, and I think they'll be here. And then Iowa State will be a 2, and Iowa State will travel, and this will be, Hilton West.
Yep.
But because Creighton and Nebraska men are in the tournament around here, probably even on this radio station, we will not pay as much attention to the first and second round. We will pay more attention to our teams that are playing either in Pittsburgh or Memphis. And especially if Iowa State and Kansas are really the only 2 noteworthy teams here, it'll be like,
So one bracket had Gonzaga maybe going to Omaha. I mean, there's something. But you're 100% right, though. So Monday, going into everybody's just in such a great mood on Monday because you still had Omaha that was playing that
Even
night.
me.
And, yeah, Jimmy was actually like extremely chippy on Monday.
That's not right.
Yeah, it happened.
That didn't happen.
And you started to kind of look at, okay, a week from today, we'll have a bracket in our hand. We're going to be talking about Creighton. We're going to be talking about Nebraska in the men's basketball side of it. We know we've got Creighton women and Nebraska women on the women's side of it. We're hoping Omaha can punch their ticket as well. So, I mean, it was just this very exciting feeling. All of my excitement was geared towards the teams, though. And then I don't even know if maybe it was Jimmy, maybe it was someone that brought it up on an email or on a tweet. And don't forget, we're hosting March Madness too. And yeah, there's that. So when it comes to my excitement level of now looking here for the next couple of weeks, the tournament here, hosting the tournament here is probably like secondary.
Let's just go ahead and apologize to anybody that's coming here next week. We're probably not going to pay much attention to the tournament in our own backyard because we got teams that are playing in the dance.
Absolutely.
It's happened before. Okay. We apologize. We still love you. Still put heads in our beds. Spend your money.
Mm-hmm. We'll be as hospitable as we can.
If you're going to commit a crime, drive to Lincoln. Okay. Don't rape and pillage the community. All right. Don't bring your guns to the Capitol District or in the old market.
No.
All right. Don't try and punch a horse. Okay. Have fun in our Gene Leahy Park. Go to the Imaginarium. Go to the zoo.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sorry. The local media, we're going to be preoccupied by red and blue playing elsewhere.
We're going to have some seats for you in the press pool room. That's what we're saying. We're going to have some seats for you.
Because we get Tuesday and Saturday here, or Thursday and Saturday.
Yeah.
You imagine if Nebraska and Creighton are both on that Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My wish is
could we pass on the tournament? Could we give it? Could we trade with?
This isn't our year.
Could we trade with like Salt Lake City and we get it next year and they can have it right now?
Yeah. Well, I feel like we could just do that with Kansas City. Like, hey, I know this is a short notice. You guys want it this year, then we'll take it next year.
Bar owners would be like, we get BYU, we'll take another weekend.
When are you guys scheduled to have it? We'll go ahead and you start just making some deals, and it's like trading draft picks.
All right, this whole discussion about again, I'm not triggered. I get more triggered by all conference teams that have more than 5 or positionless or whatever. But we'll get to the question I asked: are these kind of awards? Are they get awarded to people that meet the expectation or exceed the expectation, because that gives both Painter and Hoiberg an option. But Bad Take Doug is on the phone to kick off the morning on the 42 Degree Source Hotline. What's on your mind,
hey,
Bad Take Doug?
All right. This Coach of the Year thing, okay? Mm-hmm. If you're a hardcore Nebraska basketball fan and you would have said,
what are you doing? Are you moving around your chair in your office?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm not a statue.
No. Hey, and you're a hard worker, man. You're beating the pavement out there. Good on you.
So if you would have said when Hoiberg was hired, you're going to have 3 years of well under 500, one 500 year, and one winning record getting to the NCAA tournament, would you have signed up for that with all the hype that, I mean, here's my point is, if you want to say the most improved coach, okay. But Matt Painter gets no credit for maintaining and recruiting and coaching those kids to a really good record. And so I can't stand the way they do the Coach of the Year. It's like, well, you've underperformed for 4 years, and now you finally performed probably maybe what we thought, and now you're Coach of the Year. That doesn't make any sense to me. And in the Big East, I don't think they've done it yet. But and as much as I hate Dan Hurley should be the Coach of the Year in the Big East, not Shaheen Holloway. Just because, like I said, look what he's done with Connecticut. I mean, Connecticut wasn't that good when he took it over.
But I think here's the thing, Doug. I'm with you. I think Hurley, because they lost a lot of talent off that national championship team, and they're right back in the mix to be a number 1 seed, where they're a higher seed than they were last year. So I don't have a problem with him being Coach of the Year. But the Coach of the Year is year by year.
Yeah, and that's true. But like I said, they won the championship, So to me, it's like Osborne got And that's the same thing as your Nebraska fans, same ones that are moaning about sharing it, kind of like Michigan fans moaning about sharing the national championship. It's off base. But hey, I've got a food take for you as well.
All right.
And
it's a great radio station to come with it.
You guys don't sit in the stands like us regular fans and everything. And I am
Gary's the man of the people. You're talking about a season ticket holder over here.
Doug, I'm right there with you.
So this Levy restaurant thing, let me tell you, and I've been to every one in Omaha. It is the way they run their concessions is so stupid because you're going to a ball game, okay? You want to get in and out of those concession lines fast. Then they put those volunteers in there, and they wonder why they're so slow because they don't. This like the first time they've ever waited on anybody, and you make all this fancy stuff. What you do is you go with pizzas, hamburgers, cheeseburgers, Polish dogs, hot dogs. They're wrapped. You get people in and out of there because what happens is you wait in that line, and you're in that line, and you're going to miss the next part of the next game because the games start 11:30 and you can't leave and come back, so you got to eat lunch there, and people just get frustrated and they lose business. So it's just really moronic to have all these fancy dishes that take a long time to prepare and you don't have the people there to deliver it. There you go. There's my rant.
So I can't interest you in some double trouble
like
wings there, Doug? No double trouble wings for you?
Yeah. No.
No.
I'm gonna smuggle in something because
Doug.
it takes if you're watching, unless the first game's a blowout, you're watching that game, then you go to the concessions to eat lunch, right? And they can't take care of everybody because their stuff takes too long to prepare, and wrap it in foil and keep it in a warmer, and that you're not expecting that much. You're not expecting a gourmet meal at a NCAA tournament.
Doug sounds like me. I love it.
All right, Doug. I hope I don't see you on the news.
And that's a good take, Gary.
Ooh.
It's I don't know, it's simmering.
Hey, Doug, next
Appreciate it, Doug.
next Thursday, I'd love to sit down and give you some ankle breaker loaded pretzel bites.
You taking out a loan to buy those?
So over at this College World Series, those are just available on the suite level, right?
Yeah.
So the people that would have expendable income,
can buy.
It's in its own section. Yes.
So when they roll these out there, and the normal fan goes, "Hey, I'm kind of interested in the helmet nachos."
They're not for
you.
you.
Got to be sitting in the club level.
Yeah, you know where to go, or how
you can't get into the club level.
Well,
to
yeah,
buy those.
and that's the thing with. I don't know how it's set up here for the NCAA tournament. I can understand Doug's point. I would hope if you are maybe rolling out a specialty menu that it's in one area. So
maybe the specialty concession stand that is available to us NARPs.
Yes, if you're going there, you understand, you know what, I might have to wait a little bit longer than, say, the other dozen food stands that I can get, like what Doug was talking about there. If you make it in one section, then you kind of know what you're getting yourself into.
He is right, though. Our facilities here that contract out the food services, and I've been on the end of that when I was in baseball. We controlled our own food and beverage, so we had a lot of control over pricing and ordering and things we could do and the service. But from the financial standpoint, it makes sense for some professional teams and college teams and arenas to outsource their food management.
Yeah.
We're not very good in this town. Baxter Arena, not good. Tal Anderson Field, worst.
Oh,
and people complain to Omaha Athletics, and they only can do so much. Or you complain to Creighton, or you complain to Nebraska, and those schools can only do so much. Encouraging or passing along either the praise or it's tough out there. But in this town,
I remember
the concessions and the way they're run and the pricing, not good.
Well, I'll
eat before you go to the game.
The dollar beer nights, which are always popular. I remember actually having a conversation with an Omaha coach who asked me, like he thought I had the answer, of why don't we do more dollar beer nights? I said, yeah, you have more pull than I do. Why don't we do dollar beer nights? And so I asked someone who I thought would know, And they said that, that relationship with Saver, they don't like to do that. That's not because, first of all, it requires probably extra personnel to be able to pull that off. So people aren't, again, just waiting in line and it's just becomes a total blank show. But also you're talking about diminishing your product when it comes to the value. And even though it might be a great thing for the fans and it might even create to a better atmosphere, which again, you think, okay, this is Omaha's venue. They're the ones that should be able to make the shots or call the shots there on what they want to discount and when they want to do that. I learned that, as you already knew. I learned that they don't have that control.
The prices of Baxter Arena are out of control.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're paying $10 for a beer now.
There's people with Omaha Athletics that are well aware of that, and they can only do so much. But at Baxter Arena, the concession prices are. I haven't been to other NCHC arenas except for Grand Forks, and I only drank beer at Grand Forks.
You have to. It's cold.
Well, you have to because everybody else does too. That's all they have.
Like the Summit League, it is night and day. I mean, you know that a box of popcorn and a drink should not cost over $20.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's ridiculous at Baxter Arena, the pricing that they have for their concessions.
That's why I was so pleasantly surprised when I went to the Sanford Premier Center for the Summit League tournament. Is the beers they're reasonable for a championship event. I've been to Duluth at Amsoil Arena, and it was pretty fair, pretty reasonable. I think like $7-8 for a beer.
Again,
Magnus was very similar as well, $6-7 for for a draft. So
and I would expect to pay that, and I don't have a problem paying that, and that's kind of what it is at Baxter Arena. It's like the other stuff, like a hot dog or a box of popcorn is. I mean, makes you really long for the days of going to high school events, and you go, that only costs $1,
right?
And it goes to a good cause.
And the young person behind the counter goes, yeah. I'm like, wait till you get out in the real world and you go to sporting events where you have to buy concessions. That box of popcorn now all of a sudden is $6.
Yeah, I took Reese to the Gretna Millard South football game at Gretna this year, and I got him a hot dog, myself a hot dog, and then he wanted popcorn, and I don't think I broke a $5. I think it was. Nice. I think it was no more than $5.
Even the world famous Omaha Roncalli football concession stand.
Yeah.
And the great menu they have. It's still not about as affordable as it can be.
Yeah, that's the way it should be.
All right. Yeah. So in terms of on the scoreboard of Bad Take Doug, people are mixed right now. There's a response. They're about 50-50. They're a typical J Skur response is one email. Sean says that is not a bad take by Doug. Mecca either needs to handle the concession better or let fans leave and return.
Yeah.
Corey says, and Corey knows this because he's a season ticket holder for Omaha Hockey. Doug is right, but the pro move is to eat first. Don't get food at games.
Yep, and that's why when
this is what Dad told me every day.
That is the beauty about Exarban Village around Baxter Arena is you have those options. The only problem is there are certain establishments that sometimes they forget that there's an event going on. So they are not staffed.
Oh, really?
For that. Oh, yeah. And I've had my own family that didn't get to a hockey game till damn near middle of the first period because they had not even gotten their food by puck drop, and they got there easily an hour and a half before. So there are certain places that whether there's not great communication amongst their group or not, but having all of those options, and they continue to get more and more options around Baxter, and even outside of Exarban Village, we're like, Jimmy D's, now you have Nola's over there too. Yeah. There are a lot of places, a lot of options. So that's the way to go. And I know people that go to basketball, that go to hockey games at that venue, I think for the most part do that. They're not, hey, we're going to eat at the arena. No, they're going to the places taking advantage of what's around them.
That's what we should do now every morning to make everybody happy is just have Doug start the morning off and then everybody responds to Doug.
Yeah.
I like that. We can get it sponsored.
Yeah, Doug's Takes.
I know a bank.
Doug's Takes brought to you by Equitable Bank, where he takes his takes personally.
Mm-hmm. And he paid for it, so he can be whatever he wants.
I wonder what the And One Chicken Club cost me.
Doug is being he's the Aaron Rodgers of the show now. Everybody talks about Doug when Doug does something.
Vice President Doug?
Everybody talks about Aaron Rodgers.
Vice President.
I tried to figure out if he could do both.
The VP.
I'm sure the Jets fans would like him just to play quarterback and less drama. All right, update with Jimmy coming up. We'll get to a random mic after the top of the hour and then get to the update. And I will get to the question of meets or exceed expectations. But I also think Hoiberg did something this year, and it hit home even more yesterday compared to the past at Nebraska basketball. Explain. When we come back, it's Mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time Saving Traffic Center, the roads are real quiet in the Omaha Metro with no accidents or delays reported. There's major road construction on Saddle Creek and Leavenworth. You'll be expecting delays throughout the day where you can't turn left in any direction. Out in West Omaha on eastbound Q between Highway 50 and 138, there's road construction, reducing roadway to one lane. Everything else is smooth sailing from here on out. I'll keep you updated once traffic starts picking up in the coming hours. Be sure to buckle up and drive safe out there. I'm Joey Colbert.
This time-saving traffic was brought to you by Fernando's.
Spring, it's the reward for surviving another winter. Fernando's, it's the reward for any day that ends in Y. Great Mexican food, awesome margaritas, and a wonderful family atmosphere. Fernando's, Omaha's favorite Mexican for more than 30 years.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
The college basketball championship is fast approaching, and 1620 The Zone has your chance to win a local 1620 The Watch Party at Backlot Tap House in Exarban for you and your crew. Come on! Plus, we're taking 1620 The Watch Party to Las Vegas. One grand prize winner will score a flyaway to Las Vegas to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino. Join in on the madness. Don't miss your shot to enter to win now at 1620thezone.com. Powered by Circa Resort and Casino and Backlot Tap House.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-659-8080. That's 1-800-659-8080. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-659-8080. That's 1-800-659-8080.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt? Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS. Call Civic Tax Relief for free information now. Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
Just call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or hiring someone to move your piano instead of doing it yourself. So, do things the better way. Bundle home and auto and save up to 25% with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone. Now back to mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone.
All right, see what Doug did. Well, a lot of people are chiming in on his comment. So, bad take, Doug. Had one thing I agreed with. The other one we'll discuss. Now I got an email here into his own inbox, the Equitable Bank inbox.
That's weird.
Periodically, we'll get confused with other shows, and not necessarily other shows on our station, but like other live morning shows.
Oh, yeah.
We have the email of all emails that is directed towards me that has nothing to do with anything that we've talked about or anything that this radio station does. But this person is livid about something in Omaha and wants us to discuss it.
Oh?
The streetcar again?
So my response, being very sarcastic on a Wednesday morning, was, are you more triggered by the removal of the statue at Memorial Park or that Fred Hoiberg was a co-coach? And then I gave him our number. So Jimmy, prepare accordingly.
Okay.
Guy's upset about the statue
from
Memorial Park being taken down yesterday.
Yeah. Well, it was only going to be a temporary thing. It's a traveling thing. We all knew that.
And it was here a little bit longer than expected.
I thought it was supposed to be gone by fall.
But I think he has us confused with that station that's up the street a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll see if I read it or not. Depends on how the rest of the show goes. We kick off the hour with Random Mike on the 42 Degree Source hotline. Good morning.
That was good. That was good take, Doug. That was one of his better ones.
Good take, Doug. All right.
Hey, 1 out of 100 is not bad.
Mike.
Slip that in there.
Nice.
I take that back. It was a good take, and it's worth waiting for. And but I got a good one too.
Okay.
And I hope you guys
we'll
agree.
see.
Did you see? I know. Did you see Carter Nelson play in the tournament?
Yeah.
In Lincoln?
Yes.
What'd you think?
Well, he stood out.
He will be in the halftime slam dunk competition next
And he
year
will win.
at Nebraska.
And
Yes.
he will win it.
Yeah, he's an exceptional athlete. There is no doubt, 3-sport athlete.
Here's my question. I enjoy women's basketball. Nebraska almost pulled off an incredible thing. If you noticed, Markowski did not want to have a better shooting night, but she played almost 40 minutes. And the reason she did was because that plus minus stat. The plus is huge with her, and her backup would have been Mendelson, who played. This is what I'm getting at. Mendelson played both sports at Nebraska, except she transferred, so she didn't play this year. And if she had improved, because she wasn't that good, she would have backed up Markowski. Markowski maybe plays 35 minutes at 40, maybe win the game. Here's my point. Watching Carter Nelson, if you read Sam McKeon's account of that, he was eye level to the rim. His jumping ability, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, Nebraska or Creighton basketball has had an athlete like that can run and jump like that. And I'm just wondering if Hoiberg looks at that and thinks, boy, could he help our team? Could he play both sports? Because I think it would really make a difference.
Well, I mean, he high jumps, 6'4"?
Yeah.
I think that's what he did at state last
The
year.
impressive, even more than a dunk, he had a jump shot in the semifinal where he was just kind of medium range in the paint, and he spun. Just his elevation when he got to like the high point of his jump shot was really impressive.
Hey, let me ask you
That's
this.
what I'm talking about.
No,
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so let me ask you this, and then I'll respond possibly to how you respond to this.
Fair enough.
So I think you've seen video of him playing football. And now more people got to see him playing basketball because he was playing closer to Lincoln and Omaha. And so you have that. You've seen him in the state track and field championships out at Burke. Would he be more likely to succeed playing Division I basketball or Division I football, Mike?
Look, I admit I have no idea. But do you remember Matt Davidson played both sports in Nebraska? He did play basketball.
Yeah, he did.
And
he was on the team.
He wasn't bad.
He was good in high school at Tecumseh. He was a guy at the end of the bench that could come in when he filled in for basketball, but he was not going to be a Division I basketball player.
Right.
Scholarship.
He's not the athlete.
No.
You see what Coach Stat said about Carter Nelson? He said he's never had an athlete like that. I was reading what Georgia was saying about Carter Nelson, of course, as a tight end, and they've had this fantastic tight end that's leaving. They wanted him really bad, just like they wanted Raiola. I mean, these are tremendous gets for Nebraska. But if this is a freak, what I'm saying is this is a freak athlete, and he did not come early to Nebraska. And he said the only reason was he loves basketball too, and he was having the time of his life doing it. This is a guy that I believe could do it, and it's a difference maker because I mean, athletically, our basketball. I mean, look at Creighton and Nebraska too. They have issues with guys taking it to the rim against big time competition. It's just the physical ability to do it, and this guy does have that ability. It's pretty special.
Okay, he was playing what class he plays in Nebraska.
He can't help that, Gary. I mean,
I know,
but does it look the same if he's playing in Class A or Class B?
If he's playing in Class A, does he look the same on the basketball field? I think he fits in better playing football than he would in basketball.
That could be true, but this is a guy that could make a difference if he wants to do it. And like I say, Mendelson, and I admired her for wanting to do both sports, didn't you? I mean, it's special. It turned out that she wasn't that good, but he is. If he wants to do it, hey, look what Nash is doing, and we got a head coach in football that is.
I would just hope that the basketball coach at Nebraska has 12 to 13 players that are better than Carter Nelson, and he doesn't need Carter Nelson.
But they don't have his physical ability. They don't.
No, come on, Mike. Mike, we're looking. Are we going to compare him to Juwan Gary?
Look, you can be in Class D. You can come from anywhere. I mean, Jordan Hooper, she was from the middle of nowhere. She was one of our all-time greats. The thing that doesn't change is if your head can touch the rim, if you have that kind of ability, which is unique, it's very special.
Yeah, but Mike, there's a lot of people on the football roster that have that vertical ability. Doesn't mean they should be starting for a Big Ten team.
Thomas Fidone is a pretty good basketball player at Lewis Central.
Right.
There was never a discussion about him playing basketball at Nebraska.
They're
both great athletes, but they know what sport is their moneymaker.
Yes.
Yeah, that may all be.
They're going to be great in intramurals.
I'm just saying, if he wanted to do it, like Mendelson did, what do you think?
I think if Carter Nelson wanted to play Division I basketball, he would devote more time to that. But he likes being an all-around athlete at Ainsworth. He just happens to be exceptionally good in one sport and really good in the others.
Yeah.
No, everything you're saying is true. But if you got somebody that's really special and he wants to give it a try, just like Nash is doing what he's doing, hey, wouldn't that be something? And I just wonder what a guy like Hoiberg would think about that. And understanding that football would be his primary sport, but if he wanted to go football.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll ask Fred in the offseason about that. He's a little preoccupied right now.
Do it. Hey,
all right.
Good take.
Debatable. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. I would say this: if you
was it normal Monday and Tuesday?
Yeah, actually was.
So,
yeah. Monday was just.
I'm the problem.
No,
other than wearing shorts. Yeah.
Monday was just. Everyone was vibing. Everybody was feeling
the whole building.
Monday. Yeah. Everyone was in a great mood on Monday.
So that means Friday we'll trade it off in the building.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, hopefully it'll be in a good mood because that means Creighton won Thursday and then Nebraska's getting ready to play. I think tomorrow and Friday are also going to have the same type of feels as Monday. But going back to so Mike,
now I blame the Big Ten. If the Big Ten would have just made Hoiberg the coach of the year, we wouldn't have people that are triggered about everything.
Maybe. Yeah. Now we got to pick at everything. We got to pick apart everything.
I think the warm weather is really affecting people. People have lost their.
That's because they're not paying attention to stuff now. They're just being outside and just doing what comes natural.
I also think moving the clock forward is now affecting people.
Yeah, we're all still trying to adjust to losing that hour from Saturday night. So this is the one thing I would say for Mike, though. How many people on that football roster have the vertical ability that Carter Nelson has, that have explosive ability, that when they played even in high school basketball, or that maybe they were 3-sport athletes, that there's a reason that they're Division I football players, and that's where they excelled? Because in every other sport, and I've seen this even when I was in high school with other guys like Eric Crouch. I've brought this up about Eric all the time. Eric Crouch, he was a guy that if he put a lot of time and effort into, say, basketball or even in baseball. I remember we were playing like a schoolyard game one time, and he was beating the ball all around the place. There are some people who just have God-given ability no matter what they do, but you've got this innate level of ability in one sport that stands out amongst the rest. I think back to the Polynesian Bowl. Carter Nelson was standing out amongst great football players in that. In basketball, you bring up a good question, and I think there's a lot of other players that they will look the part, and wherever they're playing high school basketball, whatever state, they will look the part. But it would come down to, could this person help you out on a Big Ten team? And if you're not sure, then why the hell would you even consider it? Why the hell, as a coach, would you even consider it too? There are plenty of amazing athletes that can hit their head on the rim that maybe didn't even play basketball. Doesn't mean they should be playing Division I Power 6 basketball. That's where I think people got really carried away with the amazing athleticism that Carter Nelson continues to show. And to think that would translate as a Division I Big Ten basketball player and also a high-level football player in the Big Ten.
I'm with Scott here. I think he'd be more likely, if he did 2 sports at Nebraska, would be track and field.
Yes.
Not play basketball.
Right.
And I am in the camp, and I've said this, my expectations for the first year for Carter Nelson are not very high. Nice to see him in the Polynesian Bowl, because he was able to play 11-man football. Yep. He's not showing up until June. It's a huge jump. Nebraska needs him to be good. I just don't have expectations for him to walk in the door and everybody go, oh my gosh. There's a lot of elements that are there, but you got to understand the transition is going to be enormous. And to put, overwhelming expectations on him in the first year, I think is wrong. I think he'll find a way to get on the field, but to what I see and hear out there is let's just slow our roll on what he's going to be like in his first year. I think he'll be good for Nebraska throughout his career, but his first year, 8-man to 11-man, when you're just showing up in June, and good for him staying at Ainsworth, because that's a big deal. And he's a big deal there, and he's had all kinds of success. And I hope track and field ends up as well for him. But just it's great to have those athletes in the state of Nebraska, and they're not just in Omaha. Okay.
Yes.
To have way out in Ainsworth, but let's just narrow it down a little bit.
It's okay to be excited about his athleticism. It's okay to be excited about those things that you have seen now over this last year. But you have to keep all of that in perspective of what he is transitioning
John would
into.
like to know now. First Doug, then random Mike with his bad take. What time is Lance calling in?
We haven't heard from Lance.
Yeah.
I'm
going to go back to Sioux Falls. All right. A little late, but Jimmy's got an update here on Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Take your clubs, though, if you're going to go back to Sioux Falls. Do that next year, and then probably jinx it into it being not warm. Nebraska's offense scatters double-digit hits for the 3rd straight game as the Huskers hold on for an 8-6 victory over the Wheat Shockers of Wichita State last night at X Stadium. The Huskers improved to 7-1 on the road, have now won 7 of their last 8 games overall. They're 10-4, scored 8 runs on 11 hits, while Wichita State had 6 runs on 10 hits with a trio of errors. Will Walsh delivers a quality start for the Huskers, the 5th of his career, allowing 3 earned runs on 6 hits with 2 strikeouts across 6 innings of work. So that's what you talked about yesterday, getting the starters in the midweek, Nick. So that's pretty good. To take that. It's a win. It was his longest outing since the famous complete game in the Big Ten tournament last season against Michigan State. The 2 teams play the second and final game of the 2-game baby series tonight at 6 o'clock. Creighton baseball claims the first of 3 midweek games with Omaha with an 8-7 win last night at the Chuck. The Jays improved to 12-2 with a win, although they should have gotten the automatic win with those sweet uniforms they were wearing.
Yes, the Powders were amazing. The game itself wasn't the prettiest thing, but those uniforms were fantastic.
Connor was posting the thirst traps of those uniforms.
Yeah, they were good.
Oh. Yeah.
Very, very good.
The Mavs fall to 2-13. Omaha Hockey's Tanner Ludke named to the NCHC All-Rookie team after a successful rookie campaign. He led the team in points throughout the regular season, played at all 34 games this year. He scored 13 times, added 15 assists for 25 points. That ranks 4th among all NCHC freshmen this year. His 20 points in NCHC play was tied for the team lead with Jack Randall. And in conference games, he had 7 goals and tallied 13 assists. The Big 12 men's and women's basketball tournaments will remain at the T-Mobile Center in Kansas City through 2031. As Brett Yormark, the league's commissioner, said last night shortly before Texas and Iowa State played for the women's title in the building for the first time, won by the Cows as they flex on their way to the SEC. The women's tournament had long been played down the street from the glitzy downtown arena at the Dumpy Municipal Auditorium, which has tremendous history as one of the homes of early NCAA championship games, but has grown antiquated over time, which is one way of putting it. That's like saying it's in an up-and-coming neighborhood. All right, you're saying what did we say? We had all those words the other day. We were talking about up-and-coming neighborhood. This house has character. It means it's broken and old. And anyway, one of Yormark's priorities after taking over leader. It's sweat equity. That's another one. After taking over leadership of the Big 12 was to raise the profile of the women's tournament, and that meant moving it to the T-Mobile Center, which is a great move. However, the downside to that is it requires moving the dates of the championship with the early round games occurring last week in the title game last night following the first 2 games of the men's tournament. St. Mary's leads the WCC championship game nearly the entire way to beat Gonzaga 69-60, ending the Zags' stranglehold in the league. Gonzaga had won 4 WCC championships in a row, 10 of 11, with St. Mary's claiming the one in 2019 that the Bulldogs didn't win. Finally, Aaron Rodgers is on Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s shortlist to be his running mate on an independent presidential ticket. This was reported by the New York Times yesterday. Kennedy confirmed to the newspaper that Rodgers and former Minnesota governor and star of the family movie classic Predator, Jesse Ventura, are under consideration. Rodgers has been talking with Kennedy pretty continuously, so it gets weirder. He's actually into this conversation for the past month, according to Kennedy. It's unclear if either of them have been formally offered the position, though the Times said both have welcomed the overtures. Rodgers, a 4-time MVP, former Super Bowl champion, and, kind of nut job. An ardent Kennedy supporter, frequently mentioning him in interviews. This gets weirder. Kennedy, who announced in October that he will run as an independent, will declare his vice presidential pick in the coming weeks. He has approached several other potential candidates. I don't know if any of them are football players. The domain name, KennedyRogers.com, was registered last week using a GoDaddy host. I thought for some reason that had to do with Kenny Rogers, and I was like, all right, the gambler. And by gambler, I mean the former pitcher who threw a perfect game 30 years ago for the Texas Rangers.
I want those two to debate. I want Jesse Ventura and Aaron Rodgers to have to debate it out to see who gets the VP nod. To me, that would be must-watch television for all the wrong reasons.
Hey, RFK Jr.
Edibles sold separately.
He says some interesting things, but he's very smart because anybody that wants attention, I would bring up Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. Yep.
Everybody talks about Aaron Rodgers.
Yep. Both good and bad.
If you are like filling in on a national sports talk show or one of the talking head TV shows,
just mention his name.
Just mention Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. Go with a hot take. Mm-hmm. Go after him. And so everybody will then talk about him because everybody talks about Aaron Rodgers.
Including Aaron Rodgers.
Now, the NFL Network had jokes yesterday about this. They were wondering why he would not be up for Surgeon General.
I would listen.
But I don't think this is really that crazy.
At this point, I'm pulling for it.
Not necessarily Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
But after 2016, it is wide open.
Yeah.
We can have a discussion about the most popular athletes running for presidential office and not go, that's insane.
Yeah.
Like Steph Curry was just asked about it. One of the most popular athletes in the country. The Rock has been asked about it. Now, I would love
he will be our future president.
I would love to see The Rock just do debates.
Yes.
Okay. He like bows out at the last minute as a third party candidate, but I want to see him do the debates as the Rock.
As The Rock, yeah.
And you've got the two that are now the preemptive, nominees.
Throws in a couple jabronis.
Rudy Poo, candy ass.
Can you imagine Joe Biden, Donald Trump, and
The Rock,
and the Rock in a debate? Oh my gosh! But
listen here, apprentice.
Hey, after
you're fired.
After 2016, these aren't crazy to include athletes for being involved in the White House.
You know why?
Why not?
Because why not?
Why not?
Because that's where we are. If you would have said this 10 years ago, I would have wondered what the hell happened to you up in Sioux Falls.
There's also part of the most popular athletes in this country. I would think, where we are here in the U.S., that somebody could run and it wouldn't be crazy that they won.
No, it wouldn't. Again, where we are right now, and everyone's saying, all right, what are our best options?
Because this is where you draw the line.
This is our options. Okay. Aaron Rodgers.
I would like to be Robert Saleh. Okay. You had Aaron Rodgers for 4 plays last year. He's trying to come back.
Now he might be on a presidential ticket
for 4 more years.
Yeah.
You wake up yesterday and you got this news and you're like, get me out of here.
He looks forward to getting fired next year.
But didn't realize the 4 more years had to do with actual 4 more years in a term, not an actual contract with the New York Jets.
Hey, you want to draw attention to yourself, just bring up Aaron Rodgers because everybody talks about Aaron Rodgers.
Well, you take your cue from Aaron Rodgers.
Everybody talks about him.
He knows that. He loves it, and he might join in the conversation.
He'll have his own show.
Asian Joe, Trump does have a WrestleMania win by proxy.
This is true.
That is true.
Yeah. I don't believe Joe Biden has that.
And he will be reminded of that during debates.
That's why.
That's why The Rock
I
needs
think
to
it
be
would
there.
be great if The Rock was, because then they would be able to go back and forth a little bit on the wrestling history.
Just yell, it doesn't matter.
The Rock would win. He would. That's why I want to see Jesse Ventura and Aaron Rodgers debate.
Well, Jesse Ventura actually ran a state for a while.
Yes, he
in this
did.
country.
Minnesota.
The Vikings were better when he ran the state.
It's true.
Probably true.
Yep.
Cole's Cash looked a lot better then. All right, 727.
What a world we live in.
We're trying to discuss Fred Hoiberg.
I know we haven't got there
Okay.
yet.
Delaying the
Keep getting
inevitable.
distracted.
Hey, yesterday I actually think it was a good day for Nebraska basketball. Don't be triggered. Okay.
There's just one
be-
thing that I'm
just-
triggered about.
Just be happy that it happened. Okay. That
Yeah.
that people out there recognized that Nebraska's had a really good season, and Nebraska basketball is a 3 seed and doesn't play until 8:00 on Friday. Okay. But I think Hoiberg has done something here recently that I didn't think would be possible, even after the last 2 years, that I will bring up. A little bit later, we have Brandon Vogel. Announcement from the Storm Chasers. Big announcement for them and us here at NRG Media. Nick Batters coming in at 9 to let you know what's going on, as opening day is not that far away. Major League Baseball opens up in about 2 weeks. So get your fantasy drafts all set to go, because we have early baseball with the Dodgers and the Padres playing in Korea.
Of course, because they're an hour apart.
Next week on the 20th, right?
Yep.
5 with traffic.
All right. Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Jimmy in as well on 1620 The Zone. All right. As the way the show has started this morning, maybe you're have decreased mental acuity. Your attention span, when some things are said on this radio station, just go out the window. And the stress because you can't get in because the lines are full, you're losing your focus on what the topic is. And even the most simple tasks like driving your car, you've had to pull off Dodge Street because you're like, what is going on in the zone this morning? And then you look down as you look at your phone and you realize, man, I got some extra belly fat. Feel a little bloated today. I got a lack of lean muscle and tone that I'm not ready for spring football to be here yet. I can't even get rid of it so that I'm ready for Matt Rule when he calls on me as a freak athlete to come and play for him this spring. Well, these are all symptoms of low T. They might be of crazy takes, but today it's low T. And my friends at Mentality can take care of you. Go to the website at lowtusa.com. They take care of the low T, and they get you back to having good takes and good life with their approved testosterone treatment. They got board-certified physicians. They're right here in town. They'll give you a complete physical exam, consultation, complete blood panel, and results with the very first visit, because, men, this is what we want, because this is an important time. It's March. There's a lot of stuff going on. The weather's warming up. Spring is around the corner. The NCAA tournament is going on. Your favorite basketball team is probably getting ready to play. So you need to be at your best for your team, for your family, and yourself. Have more energy, better attitude. And Mentality can help you, because if you have all those symptoms, you probably have low T. Check them out today at lowtusa.com and get in and get Mentality taking care of you.
Gary Sharp, Nick Handley, and Jimmy Chavez. Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10. On 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk. Not junk at all. 1620 The Email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Some clouds rolling through to start your Wednesday morning, but still a nice day. We have light winds, a high temperature near 70 degrees this afternoon. Also a chance of some showers this afternoon ahead of some storms rolling through this evening. Some could be on the strong side, but no impacts to the metro till around 10 o'clock tonight. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. There's a multi-vehicle crash reported on eastbound Highway 370, closing the right shoulder between I-80 and 150th. Over downtown, there's a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder of I-480 at Farnham. Heavier traffic should be picking up in the coming hour. I'll keep you updated throughout the morning. Be patient, buckle up, and drive safe out there. I'm Joey Colbert.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
If you have a large amount of gold or precious metals and want the best price with no waiting, Saul's makes it easy and fast. any amount of gold, silver, or jewelry. No limit, immediate payment. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
It's Champions replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We're your own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Riding season is here, and it's time to trade in and trade up. Or, if you ain't riding it, Lust Hills Harley-Davidson is buying it. Sell your Harley-Davidson today. Lust Hills Harley-Davidson. Rise up and ride on.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Spring is in sight. Looking to wake up your yard this season? Make your neighbors green with envy with Lanahaw's wide selection of landscape supplies and homegrown plant material. Get a head start today. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
More with Gary and Nick after this on 1620 The Zone.
All right, welcome back in on a Wednesday. Hope your morning is off to a good start. Just remember out there, if you're putting out any pictures on social media, just double check them before you send them out, or you could be treated like a Aroldis Chapman.
Oh, my God.
So Aroldis Chapman yesterday, who is now with the former Texas Ranger, Yankee, Kansas City Royal, Chicago Cub reliever, put a video
Pirates.
of himself on social media yesterday, groping and kissing the breasts of a clothed older woman.
Yeah.
Now,
we say older. We say we're meaning older. I had to ask if it was his grandma.
This like Family Feud in the 70s when that's pretty much what Richard Dawson used to do.
Well, this is his mom.
Oh,
and they were on the couch.
Yep.
Like laying on the couch. Now, she didn't look like she wanted any part of it when he did what he did.
It's just something that I
that's
think we
why
need to
he's
see,
trending.
and he probably should not have put it on his public
Right.
story on Instagram.
Might have been some type of really funny inside joke that you and I or anyone else will never understand. And I really don't care if I ever do understand that.
Yeah.
But again, when other people are seeing that in public, they're going to be interpretations and they're not good ones.
Yeah.
Oh, I just saw this. Okay,
Yeah.
this is like some Mad Men stuff. This is weird.
Yeah.
I can honestly say I've done a lot of things in my life. My late mom, I would not have done that.
Yeah.
I was not
No.
attracted to my mom at that age.
My mother would.
Doug's takes don't look so bad now, don't they?
Good point.
That's good.
All right, welcome back in. 7:36. This has been a wild morning. I got a guy that's got me confused with another Gary that does a news talk show about the statue that got removed from Memorial Park. And
I
now
really
he's
can we read it at the end of the show?
He is angry at me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I went and saw the statue.
Yeah.
I know the history of the statue.
Yeah.
It is the gentleman kissing the woman
Mhm.
at the end of World War II.
Yep.
The statue's been up in Memorial Park for a while now.
Yep.
It was not supposed to be here
I think-
permanently.
I think it's supposed to be gone in
They
the fall.
took it down yesterday.
Yeah.
That's how the morning has gone so far. All right.
Can we please read the email at the end of the show if we have time?
I don't know.
Or at least give us the highlights.
I did respond. I said, I believe you're trying to get in touch with, and then I tagged Sadler on that. So. All right.
What a day.
Yeah, where do we get this back on the rails? Let me do this.
We're not even halfway in.
Let's talk about Jet Canfield, who yesterday was probably celebrated by some because yesterday was the 4 years that everything kind of got shut down.
Yeah, that's true.
Never forget, never happen again. But Jet Canfield, Big East tournament MVP for Creighton. 8 points in under 7 minutes that he played before that game got shut down.
And then nobody came back after halftime.
4 years ago yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Some days it seems like it wasn't that long ago. Some days it was like 10, 20, 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
But we do have basketball. We do not have a pandemic, thank God. And we will have championship week. The Big East and the Big Ten get going today. Creighton doesn't play until tomorrow. Nebraska, of course, does not play until Friday night. Yesterday, I thought was a good day for Nebraska in Big Ten honors. Dookie Clint, not happy with the Big Ten. Well, and he's not alone because they do this with the preseason teams and polls. Like they don't want to upset their members, and they play fair, and they don't want to choose favorites. So you get players to watch from a preseason football poll, and it's got 3 guys from every team.
Yeah.
Or preseason polls that have to be done by newspapers because the league won't do one.
Right. Thank you, Cleveland Plain Dealer.
Clint says, I hate this about the Big Ten. They love co-stuff. Co-coach of the year, co-champions. It feels like a participation medal. Why does it always feel anything that the Big Ten does for Nebraska never feels genuine? It still feels like we're outsiders. I own that as a fan. I still haven't fully embraced the Big Ten, but the feeling seems mutual.
No, that's a decent point there because of even the conversation that we were having not that long ago about, and I think you were gone. We're bringing up Nebraska basketball and taking advantage of a Big Ten that was a little less deep than it has in years past. And someone had kind of clapped back at me and said, why does every time we talk about Nebraska having a successful year that we got to immediately point that the Big Ten is down? I was quick to point out both things can be true. Nebraska can be having a good year and the Big Ten can be down. So I understand there's always that notion of anything that Nebraska does successfully in the Big Ten, we have to be quick to kind of point at the Big Ten and what's wrong with the Big Ten and ask that question as opposed to actually giving Nebraska credit. But I do get Clint's point on this one too, when it comes to what I felt it might be split between the media and the coaches, where the coaches might give Fred the all-out nod as coach of the year, and maybe the media would give Matt Painter. But the whole part of it, it's odd. And it is something where I think, well, was Fred that good?
It's very Big Ten-ish.
It is very Big Ten-ish. At the end of the day, it is very Big Ten-ish.
And that sentiment will not change until Nebraska football makes some noise. It just won't. All the other sports, respect volleyball, need volleyball. Volleyball is a marquee program. But until football rises up, it'll feel like that around the Big Ten.
Yeah.
I wonder, in the marquee sport in the Big East, Creighton has held their own. They're the number 2 seed. They're one of the Final Four favorites out of that league. But I do sometimes sense, and maybe it's locale because of an East Coast-based conference, and Creighton is way out here in the middle of America, that sometimes Creighton gets overlooked in the Big East discussion, especially in men's basketball, which is even crazier to think about because of the success that they have had, and especially in their marquee event at MSG, which begins today. Yeah. Creighton has been in the final, 3 of the last 5 years? Haven't won it, but they've been in the final 3 of the last 5 years. 4 in the last 10? I think I have those numbers right. So I'm with Clint here. But let's talk about Hoiberg for a moment. Yesterday was a good day, in my opinion, for Nebraska in who they are and the way that they were given awards. First team, second team, honorable mention, all defense, co-coach of the year. Because they are the epitome of a team. I said this, one of the things that might benefit Nebraska when they get to next week is they don't have a guy that needs to be on every single game.
Yeah.
They have a well-constructed roster where they can go 5, 6, 7, and they all seem to contribute because they know their roles. And that was kind of evident yesterday. Juwan Gary could have a good case to be on the all-defensive team.
I agree. That's the only one I had somewhat
but
of an issue
Nebraska
with.
plays a lot of team defense.
Yeah.
So you can use that as they just, the people that vote look at numbers.
Yeah.
So does Juwan Gary have a ton of steals? Does he have a ton of blocks? Well, not necessarily.
No.
Well, let's move on to the next guy. But we know that Nebraska defensively is one of the top 4 or 5 teams in the Big Ten.
And he's one of the main guys.
Here's another takeaway from yesterday. And I'm in the camp of I didn't get triggered by the co. I get more upset by 7 guys being on the all Big Ten team. Is the coaches know more than the media. I don't normally say that because sometimes I think we're smarter than coaches.
Sure.
Especially on Big Red Overreaction. Is Tominaga being second team with the coaches compared to third team with the media says a lot.
Yeah.
Because the coaches know that when you play Nebraska,
Yes.
30 is in that first or second slot on that piece of paper that you give out to your team as a scouting report. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. Tominaga, highly coveted by coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Media understand it because media have a tendency to look at the numbers. When you vote in these polls, what they do is they send out the options and then they send out like a little 3-sentence thing about their stats.
Yep.
Coaches, and not all head coaches do their own ballot. They sometimes give it to their director of ops, and then they do it. Then they give it back to the coach, and they say, "Are you good with this?" And the coach says, "Yes." But coaches look at it much different than media do. But in the Summit League, which I like that they do this, and I'm a voting member on all the Summit League basketball stuff, pre, post, and conference tournament, is the radio guys get a vote.
Yeah.
So we see every team, and you might see them multiple times. So I can tell you what kind of a player this is compared to a media person that maybe only sees that person when they come to their arena to play, and then they look at stats.
Yeah, then you're looking at stats.
See, I think the radio guys, the play-by-play guys, should be given more run when we're voting for these all-conference teams, regardless of sport, compared to just a hodgepodge of media out there that say, "Yeah, I watch the games, I watch teams play," but can you send me the link to the stats?
Right. And I would think the radio element of it, and most broadcasters have a pretty tight relationship with the coaching staff. You're collaborating a lot on, pregame interviews and maybe midweek interviews. You're able to talk about not only your team, but the team that's coming up. So as much scouting that goes into your upcoming opponent for these teams and who they're going to be highlighting, who they're really going to, go after and try to defend and try to neutralize, whatever you want to describe. They're also sharing some of that information with the radio play-by-play guy, the radio personnel. Then, as you mentioned, then you're seeing it up close and personal, watching, okay, this is who coach said to look out for, even though you probably already have a good idea because you're doing your own prep work as well on that broadcast, and then you're seeing that play out. So I would think when it comes to, if I am mentioned on the first, second, or third team, and I'm mentioned on the coaches, not to say the media one is something to just dismiss, but I would take a little bit more pride in being on the coach's first, second, or third team, knowing that I'm a problem for those coaches. Mm-hmm. I'm someone that stood out on the scouting report. I'm somebody that was a focal point of what they were trying to do, what they were trying to attack, what they were trying to shut down. And if I'm getting this recognition, clearly I was still able to be pretty damn successful. And then I also think of, as you described, the Summit League. That one would probably mean a little bit more to me as well. Again, knowing the type of preparation, knowing the type of information that all of the radio personnel, if they're good at their job, how they're going to look at all of those players and all that opposition.
But with that said, I've never gotten a thank you from anybody.
You should get a thank you.
I told Fiddler, I said, "Hey, I voted for you," and he's like, "Thanks, G." That's all I got.
That's the only one you got.
All I got from him. I didn't get some of his NIL money.
No,
I didn't get a free car wash.
Maybe Zeke will send you a card and say thank you. I'm assuming you put Zeke man
when he's at Kansas State next year.
Oh,
did I say that?
Oh,
no, I don't know.
Oh,
playing for their new coach.
He's from Lawrence. He'd like to be closer to home.
They don't want to go to KU.
I don't know.
They may have some openings.
Yeah.
What if the South Dakota State farm system sends him to Omaha?
Oh, to Creighton, huh? What about Nebraska? I mean, is this?
They have the coach of the year.
Is this type of? Yeah, I mean, he's Co, but does Co hurt that?
I don't think for Nebraska, but the people in the know in Brookings said he would like to get closer to home. Now he stayed last year. He was the only guy off the all-conference team last year that returned to his school. Now he was, this is his junior year. he's going to go somewhere. And that's the Summit League.
Yeah.
All conference comes out and you go, gone.
Congratulations and enjoy your bigger payday in NIL and the Power Six.
You're
Stay
gone.
in touch.
You're gone because you're a COVID senior and you're 26 and you can't spend your 27th year in college.
But you can come back here anytime and we will be happy to recognize you.
All right. When we come back, I've been trying to get to this. I've been trying. So
Sorry. Sorry.
So the coach of the year, though, we are in agreement that it can be two things. You award it for somebody that meets expectations, like a Painter and a Hurley, because I think Hurley will be coach of the year today. I also think you probably have to prepare yourself that Shireman's not going to be the player of the year, and it's going to be Newton, and UConn could have a clean sweep of newcomer. Colt got the defensive player of the year for the third straight year, but newcomer, coach, and player are going to be announced today, and it could be an all UConn sweep. So it's the Painter-Hurley discussion is, do you award it for meeting expectations? Do you give more weight to that or to the coach that exceeds expectations? In Nebraska's case, preseason 12th to the number 3 seed. So there's a balance in how you look at that, because I think both can be true.
Yeah, I agree.
And Tom Osborne enters the conversation, and then we go, okay, if you're using that, shouldn't he have one more? Because during the run, the expectations were through the roof, and he met, or even in this case, exceeded those expectations. So that's how it would look like. But my question about Hoiberg, has Fred Hoiberg's popularity surpassed Tim Miles?
Ooh, that is a great question.
We will get into that because possibly it's mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone. All right, a lot of events coming up. All right, we are in the prime time right now of a lot of things going on. You got banquets to go to. You got graduations, all of that stuff. You got weddings. We are about to get into wedding season. And you know what? That's my case. I got a lot on the plate. So where am I going? I am going to see my good friends John and Marlene and the entire Lindley clothing team over at 132nd and West Dodge in the Linden Market, because they will help me pick out the latest styles. You've seen me dress, and then you see what I look like after I go to Lindley, and you're like, oh, I know what's going on, because I walk in and John goes, what are we going to do with you today? They are the premier provider in town of men's fashion. Suits to jeans, they've got you covered. And all of a sudden, John is saying, hey, do you think you like this Jack Victor? And I'm like, I don't know, Jack. What position does he play? And he goes, well, Peter Millar might be better for you. And I go, I've heard of Peter Millar. And he goes, you know what? Bugatti. And I'm like, I like that. I look good in Bugatti. They've got all the best brands. They've got top-notch customer service. That's what really sets them apart. John, Marlene, and the entire staff, they are there to help you. From sports to tailored clothing, Lindley Clothing has you covered. Stop by the location today, 132nd and West Dodge in the Linden Market. Easy access shopping and the best experience you'll have with a staple in Omaha that can also be a staple in your wardrobe.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley returns in minutes on 1620 The Zone. The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Warmer weather means even hotter savings during the 42 degrees spring sale. Drop in for unbelievable savings on American Glass, Kratom, Premium Cannabis, Tyson Disposables, THC Edibles, Dr. Dabber Devices, and more. This is a limited time sale that is sure to put a spring in your step. Don't miss the spring sale at 42 degrees. Your destination for top tier cannabis, second to none product selection, and exceptional service. Buy your mom's house.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
At Target, our prices for Easter are so low, you can put all your eggs in one basket. Surprise them with Target exclusive Favor Day treats, like our unique chocolate bunny and a cute basket, all from just $4. Add in some fun with a 6-pack of bubbles, 50-piece sidewalk chalk, and super soft stuffed animals, all from $5. And get great family picks with new Easter looks. It's easy with women's and girls' dresses for only $20 and under. Low prices on everything for Easter? Now that's Target.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
The backseat. Check the backseat. All right, come here. Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com. And we're back. Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Here's Gary, Nick, and Jimmy on 1620 The Zone.
All right, Twitter is an interesting place on the show this morning. We've kind of been all over the map.
Thanks, Doug.
Just welcoming you back,
Doug
Gary.
and Random Mike. But two things about my Twitter. Can you guys help me here?
Sure.
One, can I get the Kate Middleton conspiracy theories out of my Twitter?
Oh, yeah. That's sad news.
That
if
is
it's
not
true, if the rumors are true.
That might be for you. That isn't for me.
Yeah.
It's
trending though, Gary.
And it's like,
I know you like to see what's trending. That's trending.
I'm seeing buzzer beaters, and then I'm seeing Kate Middleton conspiracy theories.
And now Aroldis Chapman and
yeah, that's
yeah. I wish I wouldn't have seen that. I would have been perfectly fine had I not seen Aroldis Chapman with his mother.
I see that, and I was like, you know what? Better him than
It
us.
made me think of Ferris Bueller's Day Off when he thinks
have a kiss for daddy.
He goes, so that's how it is in their family.
Yeah, the last time I was groping my mom's breast, I was getting fed.
Yeah. I assume that's what I was doing. I assume that was what was happening when I was being fed. I don't know. I can't think back to then.
Were you breastfed until like 5? That's a popular thing these days.
No, Gary. No. It was 4. Okay. Jeez.
And then you pick it up again in college.
Whoa.
Uh-huh. What?
What were you doing at KU? Hey,
Making friends.
Who did you call mother at KU?
Mother? I didn't call anybody anything. You were talking about feeding.
What a perfect way to come back.
You're trying to get it back on.
I'm sorry. We're blaming Doug on this, but this was the Aroldis Chapman
Hey.
effect.
So I'm sitting here and I'm like, you know what? Hey, let me get the show back on track, and I bring up Aroldis. Well, you brought up Aroldis Chapman.
I did during the break because I was stunned with what I saw.
It wasn't even me.
Yeah, well, I brought it up during the break because I was stunned what I saw. You decided to go with it when we came back from break.
Hey,
you didn't
you
have
were
to do
missed.
that. You didn't have to do that, but you did.
Okay, so we got to have some positivity on Twitter because the old Twitter machine just is all over the map this morning.
Yeah,
people trying to figure out that it's crazy that Cincinnati is a favorite tonight in Kansas City against KU, but it is what it is.
Yeah, Bob Huggins.
They should be
going back and forth with a guy about what he should do with the Villanova DePaul game. That the line is 23.5 for Villanova. That's got to win tonight.
Ooh,
but DePaul is.
DePaul.
I said to him, 8 of their last 11 losses have been by 24 or more. So I'm like, hey, hammer that 23.5 where Villanova is right now. But there is one thing that popped onto my timeline yesterday. This is going to be a great Twitter account, and I want to find out who is running this account. because God bless you. Maybe it's Jason. This just showed up for the first time yesterday. Lego Scenes of Lincoln.
Yes.
Okay,
I've
so
noticed
I
this.
saw
Yeah.
a couple of guys that I follow that I really like. They started to retweet some stuff. It has been in existence for since the 8th of March.
Mhm.
And a little bit has to do with Husker athletics. The incident that happened at Home Depot with the police officer and the skid loader.
Yeah.
So whoever runs this account has Legos, and they put together the scene, and then they take a picture and they tweet it out. Lego Scenes of Lincoln has 720 followers. Shout out to them. Jason D. Lego is the @. But
Did you see the Redway one and the Scott Parents one?
Yes. By the way, there were charges.
Oh, were there?
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah, there were some citations for the two older. Well, I'm not going to say because they're my age. The 48 and 50-year-old people that were involved.
So we had
I wasn't here.
We had a listener on Friday that told me that also the same people involved on the weekend before in the women's game, in the girls' game.
Yeah.
I didn't know if that was the case.
You would know who they are.
Oh.
It was a good thing I wasn't here on Friday. I would have been like, okay, you can't do that. But yeah, so Lego Scenes of Lincoln is where to go.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. So Hoiberg is in the news. I think it's pretty important that Nebraska wins on Friday night. Not for the NCAA, because they're in. Regardless of what Jerry Palm says, but hey, Jerry, I look at your success rate on Bracket Matrix. Not very good. Stop doing the bracket for CBS, okay? You're not very good.
Yeah.
He's got Nebraska Northwestern on the bubble.
No, sorry. Even everybody who has Bubble Watch, I've watched, or I read both the Athletic and ESPNs. They have them in the should be in, but they also have noted there should be in by definition. They're basically in.
Yes. 99% they're in.
Yeah.
But for the sanity, it'd be nice for Hoiberg for the first time in 5 years to win in the Big Ten tournament.
Mhm.
But with that said, he's had a great season. There's a lot of excitement. When Sunday comes around and you find out where they're going, you're getting in the car and you're driving to Memphis, okay, to play Boise State in an 8-9 game.
Yeah.
That's just my Wednesday prediction. But Hoiberg wins a co-coach of the year. He's got back-to-back years where they've shown improvement. If you would have told me 2 years ago that Hoiberg would actually be mentioned, I'd be like, you're crazy. But thankfully, Scott Frost helped him save his job.
Yeah.
Because they had some patience and they were had to deal with football.
Mhm.
And while that was going on, Hoiberg did the right thing for himself and his program, and you've seen the result. Last year, they got to 500. This year, they've won 22 basketball games.
Yeah.
And we're sitting here and we're talking Nebraska basketball in a positive note on March 13th. He took over for a guy that was extremely popular. We liked him. I still talk to Tim. A lot of people still interact with Tim. But when Tim was here, he came at the right time. His personality was perfect for Nebraska. And he won right away. Year number 2, actually way too early.
Yeah.
Miles' thing is he tears down a program, 3-4 years, builds it back up. That 5th year, it pops. He either sticks around for the 6th year or he's somewhere else because that 1 year got him a better job. But Tim had success early. We liked Tim because of his personality. Tim was a good guy. Tim drank beer with us. Okay, Tim hung out in the rail yard with us. Tim tweeted. We liked that. Coach Miles was fun. Coach Miles was a media and a fan darling.
Yep.
And then they hit some rough patches, and he had some knuckleheads in his program,
Mm-hmm.
and they couldn't continue that momentum until 1 year where you thought, okay, here we go again. But a year that the Big Ten was down, Nebraska had a good year, didn't make the NCAA tournament. Then they had the fun run at the end of the Miles tenure. But Tim was really, really popular.
Mm-hmm.
And Tim today remains popular. Even his year out between Nebraska and San Jose State, when he still lived in Lincoln, you would not see him as much. But when you did, he was very, very friendly. And he will always be a fan of Nebraska. Fred Hoiberg doesn't have the same personality. Lives in the same neighborhood, but doesn't have the same kind of outgoing personality where he walks into a room and you're like, Christ the King banquet? Tim's got a full bucket of Coors Light. we're going to be lit. I compare that. We had Fred Hoiberg at our
Yeah.
event right before the season began, and Fred is a professional.
Mhm.
Okay. Fred likes some cocktails. Fred at the beach house, he's hanging out. But in those settings, Fred is, he's a pro.
Yeah.
But now that Nebraska basketball has got a little momentum, people are like, man, I like Hoiberg. So I asked this question, whether it be their personality or their program. Tim Miles had 3 winning seasons in 7 years. He had the magical run to the NCAA tournament that we will never forget, and moments during that last 2 months that we'll never forget.
Yep.
But 3 winners in 7 years. Fred's got a 500 season last year, and now he's finally got a winning season at 22-9, and he's got a co-coach of the year. Miles got accolades as well.
Mhm.
But has Hoiberg surpassed Tim Miles at Nebraska? Whether you want to look at it from the, man, I like that guy. Man, that's a dude. That's a great guy. Or simply where the basketball program is.
For me, yes. And this is why. The Tim Miles, and I'll call it a shtick. It was a shtick when it came to his personality.
No, I don't think it's no, that's in my opinion, Nick, that's the wrong word. That's who Tim is. That was not fake. Tim, that's who Tim Miles is.
See, I don't know if I fully buy that. And this is where I would get into during the tough times when there were tough questions being asked about the program. I always felt like Tim Miles would try to distract you with the fun personality. And maybe that's all I knew. So to your point, maybe. But to me, it came across as you're not answering the question. You're not acknowledging what people want to know, because we love that behavior. He was the most engaging coach that we've seen. Mm-hmm. And it was great when they were winning and when you could see things going in the right direction. And whether it was his own doing or, as you pointed out, not all rosters are created equal. And sometimes you have some knuckleheads that it's tough to get anything positive going. I felt there was a lot of deflecting of that. And maybe that's all Tim knew. But to me, it came across as not acknowledging the real issue or being able to have the answers that people wanted to have.
Maybe that's fair. I think you got the wrong word in shtick. I think that's not a shtick. I've spent time with Tim away from basketball, and he's exactly the same person, the personality. So that's not a shtick. And I've seen him around other people, and that's just who he is. Now, you might not like how he got a little defensive, and he had a little riff with Ty Webster during a press conference. Shtick is the wrong word.
Maybe it's a poor choice of words, but
I mean, you're basically saying he's a fake guy. So you're going with the faux Tim Miles Twitter account.
It did, but see, it did come across to me as kind of fake when things were bad, though, because I did think it was deflecting.
He was still the same guy when he got fired at Memorial Stadium and he walked out and he met the media.
No,
he's going to get a beer.
You're right. He did stay true to that. But that's how it came across in the moment. And that was one thing that stayed with me. I do think about Fred Hoiberg. This is where I will give Tim Miles a lot of credit. He had to earn that type of appreciation from the Nebraska fans, and he had to do that over the course of time, because all we knew was during that press conference, and what he did at Colorado State was, okay, that's on everyone's radar. And then you hear his press conference like, this guy is just different. This guy is very engaging. That was all going to be fine and good until you actually started showing some success of the program. And he did so quickly that all of a sudden people were on board. And people were loving the tweets at halftime. People were loving all of that stuff. For Fred already came in with automatic built-in respect based on what he did at Iowa State, based on people thinking, how the hell are you going to get Fred Hoiberg? And they did. And so he always had the benefit of the doubt, where I think Tim had to earn that. Then we started to doubt Fred, wondering, did he lose it during his short stint with the Chicago Bulls? Is he the right guy to lead a college basketball program, or at least the one in Lincoln, in this day and age of college basketball? And I think there was a lot of wavering on that. But the one thing about Fred, very consistent with his professionalism, that demeanor. And I know there is going to be a section of fans that probably were more pro Tim Miles because they loved that personality of saying what's on his mind, pretty quirky.
He's the same. And by the way, they haven't had a good year at San Jose State after last year. He's the same guy.
Being the same dude. And that's good. That's good. That makes me feel better about who I thought Tim Miles was. But Fred's consistency, professional, like you wouldn't, if you talk to him, at least in a public setting, you would not know if that team is 10 games above or 10 games below. And now you start to see it took a little bit longer, but he took it, you mentioned, takes advantage of having a little bit more patience with the process and finally is able to make some adjustments the way that they identified the transfer portal and doing a lot of different things to build a culture within that is going to lead you to wins, but also something that could hopefully be sustainable. I think the first sign of Fred having success, he was always going to be revered. And I think this year, everyone, especially with the way the season started, and we remember that Creighton game and then that second half against Minnesota where people were, including myself, of, my God, will this ever work? And then he didn't waver. He didn't act or sound different at all. Just kept sticking with it, and now you see where they're at now.
So I think he is a week away from doing something that I never thought was possible. He is extremely popular at Iowa State. With the Iowa State fan base, they love Fred. Fred is one of the most popular individuals in the history of Iowa State basketball. One of their own, played there, coached there, had great success. Exactly. Dean Utoff might be in there. Barry Stevens, the late Barry Stevens. Probably Sam Hill. I'm going old school Iowa State. So
Jeff Hornacek.
So in Iowa State's fan base, they love Fred. They are over the top about what has gone on. I even got some people from Iowa yesterday, not Iowa JD, that were like, you know what? I always respected Fred. Good for him that he's had the season he's had. I don't think Fred's popularity in Nebraska will ever top Iowa State because he was the mayor.
Yep.
He's a week away from exceeding any other coach at Nebraska in terms of popularity, and I'm going to even include Nee. If he can take a season that you win 22 games and win an NCAA game, that question of, has he surpassed Tim Miles in terms of popularity and on the floor is not even a conversation.
I would agree.
But because he doesn't, I think people are hesitant of, man, I see what Fred's doing. I see where they're going. I've enjoyed this season, but.
Yeah, it's the trust issue.
Well, you have the 0-4 of the Big Ten tournament. Now you're a 3 seed. You might be playing somebody who is fighting for their NCAA lives.
Yeah.
What happens if you're 0-5? Then you sit and you go, oh boy, what's this going to mean?
Yeah, it's a trust issue.
But I think he's a week away from having the opportunity to do something a little bit over a week because he'll play on Thursday or Friday. Wouldn't that be something that got sent to the play-in game? Of like surpassing anybody here. Joe Sip, Mo, Danny, Barry, Doc.
I don't think it was
simply by one game.
I don't think it was sarcasm.
Winning one game.
When we all said if Fred can win one game, you'll have a statue built for you. Whether there's actually a statue built or not, you will have that type of status. And that was always going to be the case. And I think that's what people always hoped. They finally have the coach that can bring that because of his experience and what he was able to do at the college game at Iowa State and just his overall basketball presence. He just, in so many circles, there's so much respect for Fred Hoiberg. And that's why it would have been such a disappointment if he couldn't get it done at Nebraska, could not even deliver one successful season before they had to again turn the page to somebody else. It was going to be maybe one of the biggest disappointments that I can remember in Nebraska athletics, and I'm so glad that we're not there.
All right, we'll touch some Creighton basketball. Also, got a question about your Creighton game last night.
Oh yeah,
ended up with a Creighton victory.
You really want to talk about that game?
I have an observation.
Oh, okay.
That you were front and center. Okay. That I know you can fill in the blank.
Okay.
You didn't seem to be really excited about that.
That was not a good game.
What time to get over?
About 9:30.
So maybe,
felt like it was 11.
So maybe when they got to the 14th pitching change, you were like,
we set the over under at 8, and we both hammered the over.
Good on you guys. Mornings with Sharp and Handley and Jimmy on 1620 The Zone. All right, we are a couple of days away from Selection Sunday, so we're going to hear who is coming to Omaha. And then, you know what? It could be Iowa State. It could be Kansas. Those tickets are going to be hot and heavy. And you don't want to miss out on the opportunity to have a front row seat right in our town to watch the NCAA tournament. And there's no better place to look for tickets without those hidden fees than Tickets for Less. Upfront prices, no fees at checkout. Tickets for Less is your ultimate source for tickets to the biggest events, sports, concerts, and more, including that little event that's going on next week here in Omaha. Plus, TFL is local. So download the free Tickets for Less app right now to find out the hottest events that are going on. Then when you get to checkout, use my promo code THEZONE to save on your next order. Because every seat holds a story, and Tickets for Less has got stories to tell. Find yours today. Save with the promo code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com.
More with Gary and Nick after this on 1620 The Zone. Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. There's a crash on the right shoulder of eastbound Highway 370 between I-80 and 150th. It's in the process of clearing up, but it's causing slower traffic from 168. Out on eastbound I-80, there is a crash on the right shoulder between the Platte River Bridge and the Gretna Street exit 432. If you're trying to get on the westbound Dodge Expressway from I-680, expect stop-and-go traffic from the on-ramps. Be sure to buckle up and drive safe out there. I'm Joey Colbert.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
What does Saul's loan on? Almost everything, like jewelry, gold chains, bracelets, earrings, wedding rings, and high-end watches, guns, electronics, $10 to $50,000, super fast and easy with no credit check. Saul's loans on almost everything.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is your home for the big game. We're in the middle of the best time of the year of basketball season, with meaningful games every night, with 40 TVs and massive dual projectors. The games have never looked better. Pair that with their award-winning char-buffed wings and $7.99 Monday through Friday lunch specials. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill has everything you need. 173rd and West Center Road, and for takeout, 162nd and Maple.
Standard Heating and Air Conditioning is and has always been locally owned and operated. Now, with 160 employee owners, chances are one of us lives in your neighborhood. We take pride in taking care of you, our customers, and keeping you comfortable all year round. And as always, our technicians don't have sales quotas. When other companies send salespeople, Standard sends qualified technicians. It's just part of.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
If you're looking to upgrade your kitchen or bathroom or create a functional storage solution for your closets, pantry, or garage, make Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring your first choice to take your space to the next level. Level is a unique company that can design, build, and install custom cabinetry, fabricate and install all countertop surfaces, and supply and install floor finishes and tile. Visit levelomaha.com or stop into the showroom at 192nd and West Maple today, where dreams really do come true. Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring. LevelOmaha.com.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone. And we're back. Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Here's Gary, Nick, and Jimmy on 1620 The Zone.
All right, welcome back in. 8:16 on a Wednesday morning. We all ready to lock in before the Big East gets going today in the Big Ten, the Creighton and Nebraska seed? We've all kind of settled on a 3 and a 9 right now.
Yeah.
But if Creighton runs the table and is cutting down nets Saturday night a 2, if Nebraska cuts down nets an 8, so they would move up one slot, because essentially, as we've learned from our bracketology friends, except for Jerry Palm,
come on, man,
he's 142nd, I think, out of the 174 on Bracket Matrix.
That's not good.
From last year.
On
It's at CBSSports.com.
Yeah, on a major outlet like that, you got to be better than that.
Northwestern, Nebraska are on the bubble.
Yeah, and they're not. Neither one.
On the bubble of being an 8 seed.
They're safe as kittens.
So, but we've kind of learned that as of Wednesday, the bracket is kind of set. It can move a little bit, but for the most part, the at-large Power 6, they are set. So Creighton a 3, and I think Creighton could end up with as a 3, as a 2 would be better, but as a 3, I think they're going to get a manageable draw. I think they'll get a good draw. Not necessarily where they're playing, like got to go to Pittsburgh or something like that, but who are going to be the other top seeds, like the 2 and the 1. And then I think Nebraska is kind of locked into a 9, which keeps them out of Omaha.
Right. And has you likely, if you win that first game, well, not likely, you will play the 1 seed. And I saw in one bracket, it would maybe be on the East and UConn. We were going over this yesterday.
Knows Nebraska's.
Joey Brackets, who
I think UConn would be able to use their corn tweet again.
Yeah, they would. Yep.
Just recycle.
Yeah, they've got that in the drafts.
But can I be Mr. Nebraska basketball guy here?
Yeah, do, please.
All of this conversation about Nebraska and who they would play in the second round does make me uncomfortable, because they have never won.
You've said that to me.
NCAA game. Hoiberg has not won a Big Ten tournament game. I just want to preface that. I know we like to look ahead. We get excited. That's what we do. That's what our job is. We move the story ahead. But these conversations now, as we get closer to Friday night
You
and
just want
next
to see
week,
it happen.
gets me, I'm a little bit, whatever that
Nick
noise
says
is.
they're going to lose out. So
Yeah, they're going to. Yeah, they are. I mean,
That's good.
Friday. Why you even watching?
For people that know, Nick's right.
Yep, that's right. The Joey Brackett side that came out yesterday with
1 seed in
Creighton
the NIT.
was a 2 on the rise. But I was telling Jimmy about this. If this were to come to fruition, now again, a lot of things can change, and even having Creighton as a 2 seed, you're taking, I think, a little bit of a leap. But he had them in the South region, which obviously Houston would occupy the 1. But tell me how much you don't mind this side. Wisconsin as a 6, Duke as a 3, Texas Tech as a 7, Creighton as a 2. So Creighton, assuming they beat Sam Houston, would play the winner of Drake, Texas Tech, which also Kruger had Drake in that 10-7 game as well. So you could get that storyline there. But then if you get to the Sweet 16, does the Wisconsin matchup or Duke matchup worry you right now as a Creighton fan? I don't think so either.
No,
I think that would be an ideal draw.
Let's go a step further here, because I think as a 2 or a 3, Creighton's going to get a good draw. But eventually, to get to where you want to go, let's say there's no upsets, you got to go through a number 1 seed. You want to play UConn again, because that could be Creighton UConn 4, because you could meet on Saturday. UConn hasn't won the Big East tournament since 2011. Creighton's never won it. St. John's, I don't think St. John's has been to the semifinal in the Big East tournament since 2000.
That's crazy. By the way, Tim has St. John's in regardless.
Yeah, I think they're in.
Yeah.
I think the discussion is about Butler, not so much, but Providence. So, but, and Villanova's got to make sure they stay in by not having a hiccup today.
Yeah.
But if you're Creighton, and let's look at the number 1s. You want to see Kalkbrenner and Edey against each other? Do you want to see UConn Creighton 4? Do you want to have to go against Houston? Or do you want to play,
Dalton Connect,
playing horse with Shireman?
Right.
I mean, that's kind of how I think you have to look at this, because, again, I just have a feeling Creighton will get a really good draw. As a 2 or a 3, it'll be very, very manageable. And once you get into the 3 and above, they usually take care of you. Okay, at least on the opening weekend.
Right. Yeah.
And then you got to take care of your own business to make sure you get to the second weekend. I think in Nebraska's case, I think a 9 just sounds right. Even with one win, one loss, you get to Saturday, I still think they're a 9.
I think they possibly, even if they lose on Friday, depending on who they play, maybe that's more important. I still think that I wouldn't still be shocked if they're 9, even if they go 0-1 in the Big Ten tournament, because I think most people are now kind of trending Nebraska towards a 9 seed. And I know Tim Kruger's not the only one who said this. I've listened to Joe Lunardi talk about this as we've gotten closer
What about
to
Jerry Palm?
I haven't listened to him. What he had to say much. I did listen to some hockey bracketology yesterday. That was fun. But a lot of them kind of agree that when it does come, especially to the Power 6 at large, that the conference tournament has little impact of their seed unless they are a bubble team. And other than Jerry Palm, nobody has Nebraska as a bubble team right now, safely inside that spot. So I could see them holding on to even a 9 possibly, because the other thing that Tim brought up too,
like if you have a guy that's at that is not that successful at a major outlet,
send him back to the minors.
I mean, CBS carries the NCAA tournament.
Sure do.
That's their bracketologist.
Yeah.
He's 142nd of 174.
He'll be a little bit better, maybe inside the top 100.
You're on CBS.
Yeah. And he's regarded. Look,
Well,
people talk about
he's
him.
one of the OGs.
Yeah.
He was one of the first bracketologists.
Slipping, though. But, again, I would think that this is something that when we started talking with Tim, I've kind of paid attention to this a little bit more than I did before, is looking at those first 4 in, last 4, next 4, and what they've done. That's another reason that I think teams that are projected to be an 11, 10, or even 9 for Nebraska, those teams are not helping themselves at all. That's, again, where if you're Nebraska, even if you do go 0-1 in the Big Ten tournament, hopefully they don't, that you could probably still have a pretty legitimate claim as a 9 seed. So I think if they...
I've already locked him in as a 9.
I think if they win a game or 2...
3 and a 9, if they both make Saturday or Sunday respectively, and if they cut down nets, a bump up a lot.
I think 8's the ceiling. Because I know there was talk about could they be a 7. I think 8's the ceiling. I think even if they're there on Sunday, 8's the ceiling.
All right, last night, so you and Connor did the Creighton-Omaha game. 14 pitchers were used. Lots of guys were left on base. It's midweek baseball in college. Embrace it, love it.
Oh, yeah. Those powder blues look great, though.
That's what I was going to ask.
Oh.
So up close, they do?
Yeah.
On the pictures that I saw,
they're pretty.
Boy,
that's a look.
There are going to be some people wondering, are they selling those?
Yeah. The only thing I wish
they looked really, really good.
Yeah, that is as cool of a uniform that I've ever seen Creighton wear. The only thing I want to see, and I'm sure they'll do this at some point. So they went with the camo hats last night. I want to see them go with the dark blue
uniforms.
Yeah, they just decided to roll out camo hats. Ed said before the game, players wanted to do this, and this is where I've loved Ed in 21 years. I don't know, Ed in maybe year 5 probably isn't all that concerned. Probably is going to put the foot down on more about what the team's going to wear. Now he lets the guys decide a little bit. But if they go with the dark blue or the royal blue hats, because they had the helmets, the royal blue helmets on, and they looked exactly like the Kansas City Royals, it's a clean look. Did
Connor have to excuse himself?
Connor needed a moment or two.
He called Jack Buck.
Especially when they did finally in the bottom of the first, when they went up to bat, you actually saw the blue helmets as opposed to the camouflage hats. And then it was like watching a Royal spring training game. Yeah, he was pretty jacked.
And then when they did a Nicky Lopez hype video on the board, he was like, I got to go home.
Chapman on himself.
We were talking about that with Ed before the game, because we were talking about the size of Ben North compared to Lopez and how it's very different.
By the way, made a great play at shortstop on a screaming line drive last night.
Yeah.
Rising line drive.
Yeah. Ben North is... I was telling you this during the break. Anybody who hasn't had a chance to see Creighton, and I notice these things because being around Nebraska, they've had teams that are a little bit more slight. They've had a couple, like I remember people remember Scott Schreiber is a big dude, but they didn't have a lot of those big dudes. They were, a lot more like Jackson Hallmark, Joe Acker type guys that were, good baseball players, but they were the most imposing looking guys. Even for some of the shorter guys on the Creighton lineup, man, those guys have been lifting. That is a strong-looking team. They can swing it. I'm not surprised that you're seeing the offensive numbers where they are, and even with some key guys out of line like Jack Grace, and then Nolan Clifford went down with a hand injury. Hogan Haligzo came back, who, by the way, has an absolute rifle for an arm. But that's it. That's a team, if they can figure out just the simplicity of throwing strikes, there might be something with that Creighton team, because now we're seeing a bigger sample size, and that offense has continued to look its part like it did that first weekend. I'm curious to see where this thing is in a month from now.
Hey, they bring back the skinny C, the Cincinnati Red Sea.
Yeah,
to a ball cap.
Yep,
now we're cooking with some Pinot because those powder blues are money.
Was that what you were talking about yesterday? The Cincinnati,
the Cincinnati C.
Okay.
Yep.
So any word, because I'm, you know how I just love that ballpark when the College World Series is not going on.
Yeah.
There's nothing to that ballpark when it's empty that goes, wow.
No.
But when it's full for a Pink concert or the College World Series,
or
it's pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
But you don't walk in, like
the home
Rosenblatt
underdog.
was unique. You'd walk in when it was empty, you'd break into it,
Yeah.
and you'd be like,
You got the colored seats.
because it was unique.
Yeah.
You
definitely.
walk into the Chuck when it's empty, or for a Creighton midweek game that's not against Nebraska, and you're like,
It's like any other corporate arena without the roof.
It's like Candlestick.
And last
for a
night
night game.
last night was a beautiful night for a ball game, and I understand there's a lot of stuff going on. So baseball right now isn't at the front of everybody's mind. Any word on? Because I think it'll be when they design it and they open it, it'll be really, really cool. Any chatter about Creighton's new baseball softball complex?
Did not hear. I haven't heard anything since we've been there, and it's hard for me. Like last night, for instance, is a great example of this. Probably in a place like Tal Anderson would have been a great crowd, because you had a good amount of Omaha fans. Finally had the first base dugout with some fans behind it, and then a lot more Creighton fans last night than what we saw this past weekend and last week against UMass Lowell. Now, it was a gorgeous night, but that crowd that was there last night in a 3,500 seat stadium would have looked great.
Yeah.
Would have looked amazing. And I feel like it's cool probably for a moment for a lot of those Creighton players when they're recruited to play at Creighton and they're playing in that ballpark. But then I think once you go through the season, especially when you're not used to it, and you see how many of those empty seats are there, because it holds 24,000. I would think that you're not the biggest fan of that. I think if you had your choice of maybe playing the Nebraska series there, or playing some bigger games where you have to expand the seating capacity, would be cool. But to have a ballpark very similar to Tal Anderson, maybe even extend the capacity maybe 1,000. I think that would be the most ideal thing for Ed in that program, and as a recruiting tool, knowing, hey, play a couple games over at the home of the College World Series, but this is our brand new state-of-the-art ballpark.
And you know that they would design it really, really
absolutely.
It'd be unique. It'd be very Creighton-ish.
Yep.
It would be a destination. It's just you have those games, and they show the third base camera shot of the pitcher. And all you can see is just a vast amount.
You see a pocket of like three people sitting together than empty seats.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, even at when they would play the game, I know Omaha would play Creighton and Nebraska at Warner.
Yeah.
Even that at 8,000, 9,000 was cool. And then you got the berm seating. Like, that was cool, because then you would get on a night that maybe there was 5,000, it would look like it, as opposed to 5,000 scattered out amongst a 24,000 seat stadium. It's unfortunate. And there's not a lot of baseball programs that are going to draw anything that would put a dent into what that ballpark holds.
I hope that Creighton wears their powder blue against Nebraska this year.
Oh, yeah. I would imagine they will. And I wonder, so you had the one crosstown rival. I wonder if that becomes sort of their battle threads. That's kind of what I
That's
think.
a great look.
It is.
Absolutely great look for Creighton baseball. All right, 8:30. Coming up top of the hour, Nick Batters is going to join us from the Omaha Storm Chasers. They got a big announcement along with NRG Media coming up in 30 minutes. Brandon Vogel stops by as well. And I found out, it's kind of that weird feeling. This is what March feels like around here when Nebraska basketball is doing well. I got an email yesterday. I'm like, I almost responded sarcastically and said, "Who dis?" Was about football.
Oh!
It's Mornings with Sharp and Handley at 1620 The Zone. Hey, right now, this is what you can do. You know what? We're going to put the ball in your court for the rest of the NBA season. There were some great games last night. My Bean team Sabonis, another double-double. They beat Milwaukee by 35, and they shot 19 less free throws. How does that happen? Or the Timberwolves, if you stayed up last night, they were down 22, and they won by 18, and Ant-Man was unbelievable. Came back from an incredible injury. He's the comeback player of the year, according to Jimmy. But as the NBA season is going right now, new customers, listen up with FanDuel, which is, when you're thinking of the NBA, you go to FanDuel. New customers are going to get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 if your bet wins.
Yeah, and Denver's they're taking on Gary's team tonight too, the Heat, and that is a Denver road favorite at -4.5. And that's not it. It's whether you want to do quick bets, live same game parlays, player props, and so much more. Just go to FanDuel.com. Use the promo code ZONE and make your first bet a layup. That's FanDuel.com/zone. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Gary Sharp, Nick Handley, and Jimmy Chavez. Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Previously on Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Are roughly 11,000 players in college football, so they're getting $600 a piece. If you do the math, that's $6.6 million that they're paying out in NIL deals. No one has negotiated this $6.6 million figure on behalf of any player. This was a number that they set.
Yeah, and I'd be very interested to know how they came to that number, right?
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson. Weekdays 2 to 6 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Some clouds rolling through to start your Wednesday morning, but still a nice day. We have light winds, a high temperature near 70 degrees this afternoon. Also a chance of some showers this afternoon ahead of some storms rolling through this evening. Some could be on the strong side, but no impacts to the metro till around 10 o'clock tonight. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, the crash on the eastbound Highway 370 between I-80 and 150th is cleared. However, we still have that crash on eastbound I-80 between the Platte River Bridge and Gretna Street exit 432. There's still slow goings on the on-ramps from I-680 to the westbound Dodge Expressway. Everything else is smooth sailing from here on out. Just remember to buckle up and drive safe out there. I'm Joey Colbert.
This time-saving traffic was brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
The electrical market requires your company to adjust to an ever-changing field. IBEW Local 22 gives you flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, and proven training programs. Call Bob at IBEW Local 22 for details at 402-980-7596.
It's mulch better at Lanahaw. Planning to wake up your tired yard for spring? Make your landscape the envy of the neighborhood with mulch from Lanahaw's Garden Center, where quality is always a priority. Convenient pickup or delivery available. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Certified Transmissions built its reputation on the job done right. It means hard work, honesty, and integrity.
And together, we ensure our customers leave satisfied and worry-free.
Certified Transmission, the job done right at the right price.
Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More is partnering with Food Bank for the Heartland. If you donate 5 cans of food, you get an air conditioner inspection and clean for only $55. As you turn on the AC and turn in 5 cans of food, you will help support our community by feeding families in need. Call 402-934-7003 or visit justcallburton.com.
Hey, Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
Email Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Join me, Jimmy Allen, for the Creighton Athletics Hour. We'll be talking all things Blue Jays and interviewing your favorite coaches, so you don't want to miss it. It's the Creighton Athletics Hour, Thursdays, starting at 6 o'clock, only on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and your 1620 The Zone mobile app.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
Now back to mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone.
Whoa. What is this email from John in the Equitable Bank inbox? You were gone, so maybe you didn't hear. Connor has canceled football in favor of basketball.
Oh, yeah. He's basketball man now.
Yeah, because Monday
basketball's greater than football.
Because of everyone's mood on Monday was because of
in the month of March.
No, in general.
No, in general.
Yeah, Connor's out on football. He says basketball's greater than football, and Josh Peterson says this is heresy. You can't say stuff like that.
So John says he said it no longer matters, and people need to get over watching football.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Was it a bit?
I thought so at first, but no, he was legitimate because he stood by it yesterday.
So I had the NFL Network on during the crossover on Monday.
This is how it started?
He usually they'll change it when we leave, right? If they want to watch something else. Oh, he demanded that we take the NFL Network off.
Put NBA TV on?
Because I see the way that I read it was basketball had put everybody in such a good mood, and it had been such a long time that we were in a good mood over anything involving football.
Mm-hmm.
So he's done with football because of all the heartache that it's caused and all the anger that it's caused. And basketball has created such a
He'll pick it up September 1st.
Feeling.
So now that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I could vibe with that general feeling, but he hasn't said football is done.
No, he's not. Yeah, he's not like
words.
Yeah,
All right.
but you know how it's very popular to use that word of cancel. We're going to cancel this, and maybe it's just a temporary cancel.
In March, hey,
yeah,
like I said going into the break, I love the month of March. I'm watching an MAAC game at midnight last night, and I'm like, what am I doing with my life? And because I'm kind of okay, College of Charleston, watching them play last night in DC and beat Stony Brook in overtime. I'm like, are they the team that I'm going to get as a Cinderella this year? So I'm doing some scouting ahead of Sunday when the brackets come out.
There you go.
So this time of the year, I love basketball, and it's even more so because you have the excitement of Creighton, where they could be taking the radio station to Arizona. I'm very selfish.
Yeah.
Whatever happens after that, I don't care.
No pressure.
Okay, just we'd like to go to Arizona to be part of the Final Four.
So I'm going to be in Arizona that weekend too.
Look at that.
So you have the excitement of what could happen with Creighton, and then of course the excitement with Nebraska. So I get it. Here this time of the year, we're talking basketball. We've been talking basketball for a long time, so it kind of plays into. Thank you very much, Mr. Happer. Yesterday I was going through my email, catching up on emails, and there is an email from Nebraska football about the schedule and the timeline because spring football begins in 11 days.
Yep.
It begins on a Sunday. The spring game is not until the 27th of April. There's a press conference coming up on Monday. I don't think Matt Rule gets that on Monday. We're not going to be doing anything except filling out brackets. We got no time to hear about Dylan Raiola and how he did on mat drills.
I do hope he is asked a question about some 15 and 13 seeds.
He'll talk about Hoiberg the whole time.
He will.
Okay?
He will.
All right, I don't have time for a Monday press conference, okay, about football. This is all about basketball. Wait another week, okay?
Yeah.
By then, Nebraska might be eliminated. So as I got this email, and again, I almost sarcastically responded to Keith. I was like, who dis? All honesty here, I'm not canceling football because football is the bread and butter. And when we get to April and we get past the Masters and we realize we got 2 weeks till the spring game, we're going to be fully hussed on.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Will Bly Hill be the greatest defensive back? Yeah. Will he erase any memory of Baron Miles?
Does Emmett Johnson have a chip on his shoulder?
But this is what it's like when basketball at Nebraska is good. And I had to remember when I was in school. When I was in school, when Nebraska basketball was like, in the NCAA tournament on a regular basis, even with the great football teams, you didn't, people were not all into spring football until basketball was done. And even in the offseason, which there is more access to off-season content now than there ever was back in the 90s. But honestly, since the portal stopped, school started, and the Raiolas stopped coming to sporting events.
Yeah.
How much Nebraska football content have you taken in?
Very little.
Like in let's just go the last 6 weeks. How much Nebraska football content have you taken in?
Other than the J.D. Pickell interview with Matt Rule and just some various interviews with Matt Rule where he's kind of bounced around to some of the different national outlets, that's it. That really is it. And I guess if we're spanning all the way back to signing day. But if we go post-signing day, probably a couple of those interviews.
Some videos here and there.
Yeah. The one episode
trying
of
to figure out
Chasing 3.
Trying to figure out, listen to Tony White stuff with Husker Online.
Mm-hmm.
Then the, watching some videos and trying to pick out, because they got everybody's in different jerseys.
Right.
Trying to figure out which jersey means which. And
who's in
looking
purple?
at some of the new guys.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't consumed much college football content from Nebraska. That's what it's like when Nebraska basketball is actually pretty good.
There's nothing wrong with that.
But then Nebraska football says, hold on here. We will talk to you on Monday.
Yeah.
And we're going to roll out.
Talk to you about basketball.
We're gonna roll out what?
Yeah.
Rules bracket.
We got stadium plans.
Hey, so if we're going back to the debate about being a co-coach of the year and not only winning the coin flip because you beat Purdue's ass, you're at a football school and nobody's really talking about football, and spring football begins in 11 days.
There's your coach of the year nod right there.
You don't think they're talking about Ryan Walters at Purdue? Now, to be fair, probably even during the football season, they don't talk about Ryan Walters.
True. I did see a question that why wasn't Chris Collins given more consideration for coach of the year as well? And for what we just brought up there, do you think he's taken the attention off of David Brown and the Northwestern football team and where they're going to play football in the fall? Or would they ever be talking about that period, even if Northwestern was having a bad basketball season? I think you know the answer to that.
Adam says, I think it's fantastic that Nebraska football isn't being talked about right now. It means that basketball is humming and that Nebraska football is in a stable position.
Yeah, I mean,
where people aren't as concerned. That's
right.
a good point.
The only news that would be coming out right now that we would be sort of interrupted for regular scheduled programming for this update would be something bad happened.
I'll give you a little piece of news. Minnesota will not hold a public spring game again. They're going to have one open practice.
Oh,
that's not very elite.
PJ. Come on.
I think they've only had one public spring game, like a normal spring game in their stadium, once in the last 6-7 years.
So PJ Fleck does not like his fans. Okay.
Between the T-Wolves and the Twins, other things to talk about.
That's fine. PJ Fleck is anti-Minnesota Gopher football fan.
Chris Finch
That's how I read that.
Canceled Minnesota football because
NBA
of the way the
coach of the year.
T-Wolves are playing.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's just
not talking Gopher spring ball right now.
I saw the email yesterday from Keith, and I'm like, okay, because they're going out. They've announced Nebraska's pro day, media, all that kind of stuff. I'm like, I haven't thought about Nebraska football in a while.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually kind of.
I was going to say you like
it's
it.
nice.
Yeah.
It's not the worst thing.
Really
yeah,
nice
because it'll be there when we want it. It will. I mean,
well, that's what we said. Matt Rule's like, no, it's great.
Yeah. They'll be there when we're ready for it, but right now we're not ready for it, and that's the beauty of having the late spring too.
Orlando says, so what do you think about the win totals?
Touche.
Okay, so I see what he wants to talk about. Did something happen while I was gone?
No, I think he just wanted people to know. I think somebody on the stream asked for him.
Somebody on Monday, as we were again really excited about everything that was going on in the basketball world. Somebody asked if Nebraska ball Mike was okay because they hadn't heard from him.
I think it's just getting caught up on
last
the radio
week, didn't he?
replay.
Early last
He
week?
called last week. Are you okay? What's going on here? Hello?
I mean, it's kind of
Mike?
ominous that happened. He was there.
Mike?
Mike, call back.
Well, he through the power of the telephone, he's not alive.
He's with us in spirit.
Oh, somebody turned on the radio at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Just
that
ruined
was
their day.
Well,
that got dark.
I came back today
All of a
and
sudden, it's
all
my
heck has
job.
broke loose with people having hot takes that are coming out of the ceiling. They like parachuted onto the radio station with hot takes that are just blowing your head.
I just love that the food conversation of the new layout at the CHI Health Center has created the hubbub that it did.
As it should.
Folks, it's okay.
Because it's funny.
To Doug's point, I understand what his beef was, but if anybody's like really
See what you
triggered
did
by
there.
the menu, it's the same stuff they have. They're just coming up with really clever basketball names for it. The heat check, the crossover, or no, I'm sorry, the ankle breaker, pretzel bites. Yeah. That's all you got to do.
The terrible officiating.
Yeah.
Hey, when we get to the College World Series and they roll out the same
Oh,
item,
yeah.
it'll
With
be the
cute
foul
names.
ball.
Yeah. Oh, the foul ball chicken sandwich.
Yes.
The skiing
The
skier.
double play loaded nachos. Maybe it's a triple play.
Libby's liver and onions.
Hank writes in, commenting about bad take Doug, who was semi take Doug today.
He's gonna call.
Not all bad. Not all bad takes.
semi
Not all
bad take.
takes,
It was
but-
more bad take. Random Mike.
The emailer into the Equitable Bank inbox where they take banking personally. And if you would like in-person takes from Doug, just stop by today. Might be at the 204th
His
Pacific.
office is
I've
open
thought
for-
about doing
His
that
office is
before.
open for bad takes.
Yeah. They stop you at the front desk and they go, "Can I help you?" And they go, "I'm just here to talk sports with your bad take guy."
Point me in the direction of the bad take.
I
guy.
passed by it yesterday and saw the new Let It Fly going up.
I hope
I
someone
about
does
turned
that.
right to go see Doug.
I really hope someone does that.
Ken writes in, sounds like a typical J-Sker catching up on the show. What does he think about the concession items at Memorial Stadium?
Hey,
We've talked about that before.
they're as basic as they come.
We like our pizza.
Pizza runs us. They're all packaged.
Again, he was
Just
not.
like Doug wanted.
The food take was much better than the Coach of the Year take.
I agreed with his food take, 100%.
Yeah, because you're not going to say, well, you know what, Fred
The other stuff is
underachieved.
just sports. Let's
Fred
talk
shouldn't
food.
get Big Ten Coach of the Year because the previous 3 years, because last year it didn't really even say underachieved, but his first 3 years he underachieved, so we can't give it to him this year. Come on. That's not fair.
The fair's in July.
I understand life isn't fair, but we're going to be like, yeah, he had a really good year, but man, his last 3, pretty bad.
One coach who will not be up for Coach of the Year in the ACC is Kenny Payne, who is
Yep.
expected to be out this morning. 12-51 was Louisville basketball.
That's
12
unreal.
and 51.
Got to be better. It's Louisville. Jerome Tang gonna look great
Hey,
there.
so compare. Here's a fun little exercise, because one of Mac's assistants was in the news yesterday. Porter Mosier vehemently saying that he's staying in Oklahoma and not going to DePaul. Look at Mac's coaching tree and guys that have left Creighton to take head coaching jobs that have had success compared to John Calipari's coaching tree. Kenny Payne was off that coaching tree. I looked this up and did the math. Calipari's assistants are 100 and they're 80 games under 500.
Ooh.
The best assistant that worked for Calipari, Josh Pastner, and that was basically for about a year and a half stretch at Memphis.
Wow.
Yeah, so compare that to what has been a good coaching tree, postseason awards off the MAC tree. But
Guys up for Coach of the Year this
Kenny
year?
Payne will be out of Louisville. That'll be an interesting job to see who they get there.
It's a good job. It's a great job. Because despite all of that, and even all the crap that Rick Pitino kind of left them with, that is still a major college basketball brand.
Good arena, the big chicken bucket.
The Yum Center. But yeah, that's a great job. It's amazing to think, because I would think in basketball, compared to any other sport, when you have the sanctions that Louisville had to endure, that's a sport, though, where you should be able to, once those are lifted and you're able to recruit normal, you don't have any postseason ban, none of that, that you, especially a brand like Kentucky, you should be able to at least put yourself back into the respectability of an above 500 season.
I think you have to hire a coach that's better than Calipari, because that's what you're competing against, the Big Blue Nation.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunate what has happened there, from Chris Mack to stuff that was left as a mess. But Kenny Payne was not the guy for that job. That job was too big for Kenny Payne. And that goes on the person that hired him. That also goes on the person that let him dangle out there. But he also not for that job. Not good to be that head coach. And now they've got to hire somebody that's better than the guy that's down in Lexington. Because that's what you're going against, even though they're not in the same conference.
Hey, Rick, welcome back.
Huh? I mean, look you got to have somebody with an edge in that job. It is a big boy job. 18,000 seat arena. They love basketball there.
Yep.
They've got great history. You know, they should put the 2013 banner back up. By the way, I am on that now. What was the NCAA
give everyone back their stuff?
If Michigan and Louisville and other places in Minnesota that had banners taken down, if you put the banners back up, what is the NCAA going to do to you?
Yeah.
You're going to get a strongly worded letter demanding you take it down or else.
You're going to get a text message?
Yeah,
From
probably.
Kelvin Sampson.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
demanding you take it down. And if you don't, well.
With movement that's going to happen, it goes back to last week. Creighton not having to enter this week, thinking that their coach is still a free agent or a potential free agent, is such a relief.
Yep.
All as well.
Because it would have ramped up this week with the jobs that are open, and now we're to championship week. Good play.
Good timing.
All right. Nick Batters from the Storm Chasers, Brandon Vogel from counterread.com. Still to come in the last hour. Mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Get more with Murphy Tractor. Each of our 29 locations offers new, used, and rental John Deere construction equipment, an extensive parts inventory, as well as other complimentary products. We also have a full team of Capstone certified technicians with field service capabilities. Let Murphy Tractor be your first choice for your construction equipment needs. Visit us online at murphytractor.com.
Creighton Sports Update. Catch both Creighton baseball and softball in action Friday. Softball kicks things off at 2 p.m. Friday for a doubleheader with Northern Colorado. Fans can attend all softball matches for free. Creighton baseball rounds out the night at 6 p.m. against San Francisco. For more information, to purchase tickets, or to follow along on all things Creighton, visit gocreighton.com. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over. And if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com. Now back to mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone.
All right, wrapping up this hour. I'm not going to read that email.
What's up? What's up? What do we got?
About the statue at Memorial Park.
No, come on, you
Same
know,
guy?
You know you want to.
I did read through all of it.
Some highlights?
No.
No?
He
Was it hot takey?
No, but I did invite the guy. He doesn't listen to the show because he has us confused with the other.
Go a little bit north of this area?
Yes.
Yeah.
I invited him to the Bad Take show in the summer.
Oh, okay. Good. In July?
Okay, so I am March. Yesterday was the anniversary of the crazy Syracuse-UConn game.
15 years ago, yeah.
So I've gone down the rabbit hole of watching old basketball games.
Yeah.
I do that with the NBA all the time.
Do we realize how glorious the fashion in college basketball was in 2008?
Yeah, the huge shorts.
But even more so, the shorts that went basically all the way down to your ankles.
And that's not an exaggeration. There's pictures to prove it.
They were up top. They were the compression jerseys.
Yeah.
So you had the tight jerseys and you had these humongous shorts.
Now and then.
That was cool.
I don't remember in 2008 anybody going, that is a horrible look. Even with the 2003 NBA draft class where they took the group picture with David Stern and they've all got back then when the gigantic suits.
Yep.
I had one in 2003.
Suit riot.
Uh-huh.
Open up a bottle of
got
beer.
Some sweet pinstripes going on.
I don't remember in 03 us going, man, that's a terrible look.
No.
Now, 20 years later, we're going, man, I can't believe we allowed ourselves to do it. But just the 08 basketball, go to YouTube, any 2008 basketball game in college, those shorts.
Type in the championship game and see the shorts.
Those shorts were a little obnoxious.
See Chalmers shot in those shorts. That was when Omaha, that was when they debuted to host the NCAA tournament, was in 08.
Against Portland State, most hated rivals.
I remember that game, by the way, 15 years ago, because it still goes down as one of my least favorite college athletes ever, Eric Devendorf. I can't stand Eric Devendorf. Fake tough guy, Eric Devendorf.
Why didn't we have, when we had the big baggy shorts, didn't we have the big baggy jerseys? Why did we go compression up top and baggy in the bottom?
Well, remember the jerseys and the shorts, all
clothing store name.
They all matched as being very, very baggy when you go back to the Fab 5 days. Because that was when the big baggy shorts, big baggy jersey were very popular.
But this took it to excessive levels.
So then you started to slim up the upper half, but you allowed the lower half to stay baggy and long. And then now we see it's all kind of come together where the jerseys are more form-fitting. The shorts have kind of started hiking up past the knee a little bit.
Still don't have as many people that wear the Josiah Alec shorts.
But not many people have those types of legs, too.
Well, you're also onto something here. How many people own a pair of shorts that does it not at least go down to your kneecaps?
I do. I still do.
Like, I don't know, man. That doesn't look good on me.
I don't
like
wear
the
them a
shorts
lot.
that stop before the knee and they show a little skin between the knee and the bottom of the short.
Oh, yeah. I could always pull that off. So
I have them
you
for
guys got skinny, muscular legs.
Oh, I got skinny legs. I don't know if I'd say muscular
hashtag
legs.
blessed when it comes to tanning. So.
The baggy shorts
looking
I
pale.
still do have when I'm doing stuff around
Original?
the house. I don't go out with wearing the baggy
Extra
shorts.
crispy.
And it's amazing. I still have those baggy shorts because that was cool not that long ago. But now I put them on and I look at myself, what the hell am I doing?
Everything
I look like
comes
a clown.
back, Nick. Don't throw them away.
Oh, no.
It'll come back when Reese
why
goes to high school.
I haven't worn them in probably about 8 years, but I still have one pair of cargo shorts just in case.
It's like all the kids that were wearing Champion a few years ago. He told them, let me tell you about where we used to get that when I was a kid.
I would love to have a throwback day in college basketball where we go back to that 2008 look.
I agree.
We should. I think they would prefer that than to go back to the 78
how would
look.
Players these days, because kids that are in college now, I mean, they were 3, 4, 5 years old, so they weren't playing basketball and wearing those shorts. How would they react today to wearing those super long shorts.
Oh, they'd hate it.
You should have asked Frankie
They would
since
hate
you
it.
know him. That would have been a good, sample size. Like, what would you do if you had to wear?
They would
those?
absolutely hate it because kids want to wear the shorter shorts now. It's ridiculous.
It's
Now I
constricting.
even see it in golf when you see like college kids that are out on the golf course, they're wearing shorts that you're probably starting to see the bottom of their boxers coming underneath.
Huggers.
It doesn't look comfortable.
Hey,
It doesn't look comfortable. But that's their thing. I think maybe I'm stereotyping the male high school athlete this day and age, but I think they really concentrate on leg day and they want to show them off. And that's why they wear very short shorts and have weird haircuts.
Yeah, that one I can't.
That's what I've gathered of seeing the youth.
You know what? I used to wear puka shells and I had a bracelet and everything. So
you know what, guys? There was a time when it was cool just to do chest. How much you bench? Maybe your legs were really tiny. You didn't really care. You didn't want to show your legs off, but you wanted to show off your chest. Now I think it's the exact opposite. I think the kids they're working on the lower half, and that's why you see the short shorts. It's the ultimate.
So
flex.
how should shorts be worn for basketball? Like Magic and Bird back in the 80s?
John Stockton. The Stockton ones.
Or in 2008.
Then that picture from the St. Bonaventure point.
Okay, I'm not going to say 2008.
Should basketball be played where you have the shorts that are well above, like don't go very far down on the thigh?
Yeah.
Or you have shorts where you have no idea if the person wearing the shorts has legs.
I'm going to still say the 2008, but the only problem with those shorts, man, you get material if you're going a crossover. You're brushing up some material because that crotch is hanging down low too. That's a problem. But those shorts, like the Stockton shorts, like the Bird Magic, there's nothing comfortable about that at all.
Tim says, bring them back. I see too much dude thigh.
Yeah, there's a lot of dude thigh.
It's all dude.
So a lot of people in the area remember now the late, great Don Kraft, former athletic director at Millard South. My freshman year, we had the John Stockton uniforms, but we had like the sew-on letters, and they were kind of dangling off. So we started like yanking on them during our team pictures because we knew Don Kraft was coming by to see all the team pictures. And by doing so, he ordered us, I think first time ever in Millard South history, like the baggy shorts. And so we were the freshmen that got them. Varsity didn't even have those because
you were the
our uniforms were because we made sure that our uniforms looked really bad, but those things were awful. They were the most rigid, tight, and we had a long-standing thing. If we had those shorts, we couldn't wear like, what are they called? The bike shorts underneath.
Wow.
Oh.
We have some major news here.
You usually don't get like that, so you got me worried. And I don't know what he's going to say either, so I'm not doing a bit.
So this is in the Houston Chronicle in the last couple of minutes. Nebraska Athletic Director Trev Alberts has emerged as Texas A&M's target for athletic director, according to an East Coast insider familiar with the process. Trev Alberts is expected to take the job at Texas A&M.
Oh, my gosh.
I was just about to say
this story is developing. It just dropped seconds ago. According to the Houston Chronicle, Trev Alberts is expected to be the Texas A&M athletic director. And I thought Hoiberg had a good year.
Oh,
I don't think you're getting the show back on the rails, Gary.
We got a sneak Nick in here. Big announcement from the Storm Chasers.
Good thing we have Brandon coming up later.
But this is out of the Houston Chronicle. Brett Zerneman, who has covered Texas A&M athletics for a long time, is reporting that Trev Alberts is expected to take the job at Texas A&M. Follow the path of Bill Byrne.
I know Brent. If Brent's saying it, it's done.
Wow.
Whoa. Okay. Yep. Yeah, Brent has, even back to the days when Nebraska was in the Big 12. I remember having him on as a guest talking Texas A&M. But this just dropped on the Houston Chronicle that Trev Alberts is expected to become the next athletic director at Texas A&M. So that whole thing about we're not talking about football, it's all about basketball.
And we're back.
Now we're talking about athletic administration.
Yeah.
You know what Connor's going to say? This is why basketball is better, because basketball made everyone happy.
So this had been floated last week that his name was going to come up, and I couldn't get any traction. Wow.
Man.
Okay. Probably the timing is not the greatest with everything that's going on. But we'll try and get more on this while we're on the air for the next 54 minutes. But again, the Houston Chronicle, the Texas A&M beat writer who is dialed in, this is not a fake account.
Yeah, he is as dialed in as it
has
gets.
said that Trev Alberts is expected to take the Texas A&M athletic director job.
Okay.
We're back with more after this.
More with Gary and Nick after this on 1620 The Zone. Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Not a whole lot of activity in the Omaha Metro with no accidents or delays reported. However, outside of Omaha, there is an accident on the right shoulder of eastbound I-80 between the Platte River Bridge and the Gretna Street exit. Like I said, traffic's died down. No need to rush. Just be sure to buckle up and drive safe out there. I'm Joey Colbert.
This time-saving traffic was brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Cash Blast from the Nebraska Lottery is back. Up until April 2nd, buy a 2x2 ticket and enter to be one of 14 weekly winners of $5,000 or $500. Details at nelottery.com. 2x2 top prize odds, 1 in 105,000.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Riding season is here, and it's time to trade in and trade up. Or, if you ain't riding it, Luss Hills Harley-Davidson is buying it. Sell your Harley-Davidson today. Luss Hills Harley-Davidson. Rise up and ride on. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is your home for the big game. We're in the middle of the best time of the year of basketball season, with meaningful games every night, with 40 TVs and massive dual projectors. The games have never looked better. Pair that with their award-winning char-buffed wings and $7.99 Monday through Friday lunch specials. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill has everything you need. 173rd and West Center Road, and for takeout, 162nd and Maple.
For our 6th year in a row, Burton AC Plumbing and More is partnering with Food Bank for the Heartland. Right now, if you donate 5 cans of food, you can get an air conditioner safety inspection and cleaning for $55. In other words, as you turn on the AC and turn in 5 cans of food, you will help support our community by feeding families in need. Stay cool and comfortable in your home by keeping your AC running efficiently all spring and summer long, while also helping others in need. All donations go to benefit Food Bank for the Heartland. Call 402-934-7003 or visit justcallburton.com.
Hi, friends. Kent Pavelka courtside getting ready for this year's matchup between the Average Roofing Companies and the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The Average Roofers are just that, average at best, not very impressive. The Rooferees, above and beyond the opponent, more dependable, service that exceeds the norm, good sportsmanship, fairness, and integrity. You know them, you love them, and they're ready to win for you. Make the right call with John Higgins Weather Guard. It's tip-off time with the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Make the right call!
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, it sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone. And we're back. Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Here's Gary, Nick, and Jimmy on 1620 The Zone.
All right, before we get to our in-studio guest, again, now everybody across college athletics, all the Texas A&M media are reporting the same thing, that Texas A&M is going to name Trev Alberts as the new athletic director. He will leave Nebraska. Ross Bjork left Texas A&M to go to Ohio State. We know how large the money and the athletic department is in College Station. Ask Bill Byrne about that. He left from Nebraska. And now Trev Alberts, who his name was being mentioned last week, but I could never find anybody that was like, yeah, this is real.
Yeah.
So you weren't believing it. Now it's real, and the timing is terrible for Nebraska.
Yeah.
All right. We are going to get back to that because we owe our good friend. What personality will you be using in this interview, by the way?
Let's go with Nick Batters, but no promises on where we land at the end of the season.
So Nick Batters, who is about to begin his second year as the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, fine graduate of the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State, fine graduate of ASU.
Works up.
Livermore, California native.
Yeah.
His parents, or his mom and his sister were very popular last year. They went to an A's Royals game, got on TV.
Oh,
yeah.
Helps to have connection.
There you go.
But also has done minor league baseball. This is what, your 8th year of minor league baseball?
Yeah.
Been in the Australian Baseball League. All around great guy. We love to have him here in Omaha. Did a great job last year. And you'll get to hear him more this year because you guys have a special announcement along with NRG Media this morning.
Yeah, no, we're really excited. When I came here, the question that I got asked the most, because when I joined the Storm Chasers, we went to a streaming only platform and everyone wanted to know why. And okay, now that you guys are on a streaming platform, when are you going to be back on an actual radio station? And that was feedback we heard a lot over the course of the past season. Myself, our leadership with our GM Lori, our president Marty. So we sat down this off season and we looked at, okay, what can we do to make something happen? So here now, really excited to announce that Storm Chasers games in 2024 will be on News Talk 1290 KOIL. So
Exciting news.
Storm Chasers baseball is back on the radio. Which we're really excited
baseball
for.
should be on the radio. We already have the Kansas City Royals. We do have a longtime relationship with the Storm Chasers. We got Creighton baseball on the radio. And it's going to be fantastic to have spring in the summer and be able to hear your voice over on 1290.
Gosh, I can't wait. It won't be the entire schedule. 150 games in a minor league season is a whole lot. We have 100 dates locked in right now, and we're looking to probably add 20 more over the course of the year. It's going to be a lot of those night games, whether it's the 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, or 6:30 starts during the week on the weekends, and we'll add some of those weekend afternoon games as the season goes on.
And we're just a couple of weeks away too.
Yeah,
from
we're
debuting the broadcast and I should say not debuting the broadcast because we've had it on before, but debuting on 1290 Coil and you're now our listeners get a chance to hear you as well. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, Friday, March 29th, the season opens. It gets earlier and earlier every year.
It is, and it's the Iowa Cubs that will be here. Also, I brought up one part of the early part of the schedule. Paul Skeens will be in Indianapolis. They come here in the middle of April for a 6-game set, so there's a good chance you'll see the LSU flamethrower back in Omaha. This time we're
hoping he'll be in Indianapolis. The Pirates haven't announced where he'll start the season.
We need that for the gate.
Our marketing director Houston is a huge Pirates fan, and so he's anxiously waiting on the edge of his seat to see if we'll have a Paul Skeens at Warner Park at the end of April.
So for people that have followed the Storm Chasers here in the offseason, that's why I asked Nick what personality we're going to do. Fantastic job. By the way, the Oscars were on Sunday. I know they give out some awards for promotions in minor league baseball. You should be front and center with the promotional schedule release that you guys did a couple of weeks ago with your other personality.
Yeah, Trick Gooders came out to social media a couple of weeks ago. We're hoping it'll win a golden bobblehead in minor league. That's minor league baseball's version of the Oscars, the golden bobbleheads at the end of season wrap up event in Las Vegas in October. So fingers crossed it works for a golden bobblehead, or we'll look at some of the local Emmy categories and see if there's one we fit into.
So you told us off air because people loved it. I mean, all across the minor league baseball, all across Omaha, getting excited for the season. You guys are shooting one tomorrow?
Yeah, so Trick Gooders isn't going anywhere. He's sticking around for a little bit. So yeah, we have another video planned with him, and then look, if that does well, then maybe we'll keep it going all season.
Nick, this is a great time to again have radio bringing the Storm Chasers baseball here, this product, because as we're seeing, whether it was Bobby Wood Jr. a couple of years ago, Prado, we've seen a lot of those young, talented players coming through Omaha and now having a chance not only to see them at Warner Park, but also to hear you kind of bringing a little bit more of their development and describing that and just something that we all love on the radio too in the game of baseball. This is a fun time to be having this back.
Oh, this is exciting. I've been working on the media guide for a lot of the offseason for the Storm Chasers, and part of that is writing bios of players that we might see with the Storm Chasers. And it's going to be tough because the Royals added a lot of players in the offseason, so chances are a good portion of our roster to start the year are guys that spent a good chunk of time in Kansas City the past couple of years, but there are a lot of good prospects really knocking on the doorstep of Warner Park, whether it's like a Caden Wallace, who obviously had a couple of really good years at the University of Arkansas. Some of those top pitching prospects are probably going to get to Double-A next year, so maybe a chance we see them in the next year or two, whether it's a first-round pick like Gavin Cross. So many big names that might roll through Warner Park this year. It's really exciting.
And we know the roster is, what it is. And if you have injuries up in the big leagues, then your AAA roster takes a hit. One thing that is consistent, and he's one of the great guys in the history of that organization, it's great to have Jersh back for another year.
Oh my goodness. I could not be more excited to have Jersh back. When I worked in the AA Texas League, he was our bench coach in Northwest Arkansas. And that was just a treat. He was there to help kind of mentor the coaches and work with the infielders. And I was a little surprised when I found out he was coming back to Omaha last year, but he's just an absolute treat to work with. The Royals do a good job of surrounding him with an awesome support staff. He won his 1,000th game in Omaha last year. It's remarkable. And you're right, one of the all-time nicest guys in the game. The players love him. The staff love him, and he'll stay around until the Royals kick him.
Besides the big announcement, and by the way, we have people asking about the stash.
Yeah,
you gonna stick with it?
It's good.
We'll see. I grew out the stash for the Trick Gooders sketch. Same with the hair. My girlfriend likes both, so we're gonna. I guess we'll keep rolling with them.
Some actors are told like you got to put on 40 pounds for a role. When do they come to you and say, "Hey, you got to grow"?
We started kind of ideating this in November, December. Of how do we want to release the promotional schedule? We were thinking those like cheesy car commercials, and we're like, okay, what does this character look like? And I joked about using the name Trick Gooders as a burner account years and years ago. I can't do that now, but we're like, he has like a cheesy mustache, and he's probably a little scraggly and not completely put together. So that's how this came together, and I guess I have to roll with it now.
Love it. You're committed to the role. You're committed to the role.
Yes.
So we mentioned during off the air, you're going to get out to Arizona to finally see the guys and see how it's looking now in spring training. It's crazy to think we're only a couple weeks into it. We know we've got the Soul Games next week on the 20th, so the season is here.
Oh, it's just around the corner, and I'm excited to see the spring breakout game on Sunday. It'll be the Royals' top prospects playing against the Brewers' top prospects. That was a big reason for why I timed my trip the way I did. And then part of it will be the Royals have to make some tough decisions with the roster over the next couple of weeks, and I'm guessing I'll probably be in Arizona when some of those decisions are made. It'll just be good to catch up with everyone, talk with Jersh.
So the exciting news this morning, if you're just tuning in, yes, there is the news about Trev Alberts going to Texas A&M, and Nick Batter's coming in the studio to announce that the Storm Chasers are back on the radio. As of right now, 120 games over on News Talk 1290 Quill. As we get closer to opening day and people see the countdown, and the Iowa Cubs are going to be here on a Friday night and March 29th, early start. What else can we look forward to, whether it be promotion or new things at the ballpark for the 24 season?
Oh, there's so much. The promotional schedule is jam-packed this year. One of the new exciting daily promotions, Wednesdays are going to be a carnival. So they're going to be 6 Wednesdays this year where the Storm Chasers are wearing their corn jerseys. And we're going to have kind of a carnival atmosphere. We've organized a bunch of like carnival games to be at Warner Park. So you can come out, play these games and win prizes, maybe some specialty food items over the course of the year. And then the promotional schedule is incredible. I don't know if you guys remember the John Rave catch back in August where he bobbled the ball on the warning track. Maybe it touched the wall, maybe it didn't. It counted as a catch, but it went viral on social media. And we have a bobblehead replicating that. We worked with John, the wrist bobbles too. So it's not just the head, he's kind of falling back. a Bob Gibson bobblehead, Omaha native.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's super exciting, all that we have going on. There aren't going to be many days at the ballpark where there isn't something happening.
We got our Thursday staple back as well.
Thrifty Thursdays. Yeah.
Oh, thrifty. Okay,
Thursdays.
thrifty.
Yeah. So
all right.
we don't want to commit to a certain price or a certain concession item.
Okay.
A lot of concession discounts, some alcohol, soda, different concession items.
I like it.
Hot dogs, popcorn, maybe. We'll see.
It's all inclusive. I love
can't
it.
wait. This is going to be another fun year out at the ballpark, and a lot of new faces playing for the Storm Chasers. So it'll be a lot of fun. But man, we're so happy. We've had a great relationship. You got Connor and myself are out there a lot at the ballpark working for the Storm Chasers. So I'm glad that people get to hear you because you're really good at your craft.
Thank you.
And baseball's supposed to be on the radio, and I know people will enjoy listening to your style and getting to know more about this team.
I appreciate it. And it's a credit to our leadership, our president, Marty Cordero, our CFO, Lori Schlender, our owner, Gary Green, for committing to make this happen again, working with the great folks at NRG, Mark, Stacy, everyone. I'm glad that we were able to come together and make something happen for the Storm Chaser fans.
Hey, thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks.
Likewise.
That's Nick Batters, who is the voice now in his second year as the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers. And you'll be able to hear a lot of Nick over on News Talk 1290 Coil this upcoming season. The Storm Chasers open up at home against the Iowa Cubs. It's the earliest Iowa has been here. Usually you have to wait until June, and they're only here for a little bit. But they come in for opening night on March 29th, and we'll have much more before we get to that Friday night. Thanks again, Nick.
Gary, Nick, appreciate it.
Take a quick break. We'll come back. The story of the day that has just broke at the top of the hour. It is now being confirmed all over the place. I'll tell you when I come back, just texting with people that are in that business. Trev Alberts is going to be the new athletic director at Texas A&M. If you had your bingo card when you got up this morning, you probably would have had Bad Take Doug talking about the service at the Chai and Trev Alberts being the new athletic director at Texas A&M.
Welcome back, Gary.
Yeah.
Good to be back, huh? You want to go back to the Falls?
Wow, this is across the board in the industry. People are stunned.
Yep.
And then some are like, this makes perfect sense. We're going to try and sift through all this when we come back. It's Mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone.
Gary Sharp, Nick Handley, and Jimmy Chavez. Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10. On 1620 The Zone. 1620thezone.com. Previously on The Crossover.
All right, let's see. So Danville Dairy Daddies. Look at that horny cow. Look at the eyes on this bad boy.
Is the cow giving the eyes?
There's something weird about that. I can't say. He is a
Never
bull. This is a dairy daddy. Oh, his name is McCreamy. Got it. Perfect.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley, the Connor Happer Show, unsportsmanlike conduct, 6A to 6P, 1620, The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Some clouds rolling through to start your Wednesday morning, but still a nice day. We have light winds, a high temperature near 70 degrees this afternoon. Also a chance of some showers this afternoon ahead of some storms rolling through this evening. Some could be on the strong side, but no impact for the metro till around 10 o'clock tonight. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
Trees. Are they all the same? Not at Lanahaw. Grown from a quality seed source, handcrafted in our local farms for generations, and acclimated to our tough Midwestern climate, Lanahaw's trees are different. Simply put, they're better. Much like our trees, we take great pride in being homegrown. Visit our garden center to find your next tree today. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Hey, Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
It looks like your luggage is over 50 pounds. Is there anything you can take out?
Oh, yeah. Let me just toss all these $20 bills.
Great. Let me grab you a trash can.
Stop. Instead of throwing money away, move some clothes into a carry-on. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
UNO hockey finished the regular season with a sweep of North Dakota, and they're headed to the NCHC playoffs, where they'll travel to Colorado College for a best-of-3 game series this weekend. Hear all of the action on your home for Maverick Hockey, 1290 Coil.
Car repair is car repair. Most places you go can change your oil or fix your brakes. The difference is the experience you'll get at Omaha Car Care. We're part of the community. We were born here, and we believe that our relationship with you should be built to last. We're going to consult you, not sell you. We're going to give you a free loaner car. We're going to treat you like a valued friend that we want to continue to see in the years to come. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Now back to mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone.
All right, we'd almost made it to 2 weeks of Nebraska athletic normalcy.
Well put by you on Twitter.
Yeah, almost. So this is what we know, and let's go back here. So if you're just tuning in, this is now the Texas A&M people that I would consider insiders that I trust. First, from the Houston Chronicle, that was the first to report this. Now people are confirming this right and left, that Trev Alberts is going to take the Texas A&M job. Became a target since Ross Bjork left for Ohio State in January. Remember, A&M has had 4 athletic directors over the past decade. So they had Eric Hyman.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Byrne was there for a while. And then it's a very political place. You are at the mercy of people that are not in the university.
Putting it lightly.
Yep.
So you went Eric Hyman, Scott Woodward, who then moved on to LSU, Ross Bjork, who came from Ole Miss, went to Texas A&M, where they got more money than God. They got oil wells, and they got people that everybody has their hand in the kitty. He left to go to Ohio State, and now, for the second time, a Nebraska sitting athletic director is expected to go to Texas A&M. Bill Byrne went to Texas A&M, and now reported first by the Houston Chronicle that Trev became a target during the search and is expected to take the job, leaving his alma mater. Now, Trev has been the athletic director at Nebraska since 2021. We know that he took over for Bill Moose. The Powell chair, since Bill Byrne left, has been a revolving door, unfortunately.
Yeah, to say the least.
One of the things that we have liked about Nebraska recently has been some stability. The head football coach talked about the stability. But now Nebraska is looking for a president. Yes. They're looking for...
systems president.
Now they're going to be looking for an athletic director. So Trev hired in 2021. He did receive a new contract before Ted Carter left to go to The Ohio State University back in November.
Yeah.
Trev got the new contract that increased his salary to $1.7 million, $2.1 in 2026. There was a retention bonus that was there as well. But the contract would keep him at Nebraska through 2031. And things happened, and Texas A&M came calling, and it, for all intents and purposes, it looks like Trev Alberts will be leaving his alma mater to go be the athletic director at Texas A&M.
And we're back.
Yeah.
Wow.
Then this absolutely sucks. I'm sure I'm not alone in thinking this too, given the situation that Nebraska athletics was in, an exciting time, but a challenging time when it came to the $450 million stadium project. It was interesting, and I think it was before you left for the tournament last week. You brought up on the air. Interesting, we haven't heard much about that. And I remember saying, it's usually right around the spring game is when we hear more of developing news when it comes to any projects, any updates on the projects. And I fully anticipated right around the spring game is probably when we would hear about that. But now I start to wonder if a lot of that silence had more to do with what was possibly going to be a new person in that position. There's nothing about this for Nebraska athletics that is good. And I don't care what people think about, Trev in his previous stops and the things that he's done, there was somebody who got it. There's someone that was familiar, but also he wasn't just a fan or a spokesman of the athletic department. He was also a business guy, very professional person. To have that and to think that you're going to have that for years to come and even possibly another decade was a great feeling, because as you mentioned, Gary, that chair has been a volatile one, and that chair has been in a revolving door. And to feel, we use this word a lot when it comes to Nebraska athletics, stability, and sometimes the lack thereof. You finally felt, at least I did, and maybe other people that were close to the situation maybe have a different view. You finally felt that there was some stability in a position that you desperately needed it to get everything else moving forward.
Yeah, so in less than 3 years, Nebraska will be looking for another athletic director. Part of Trev's contract is he or Texas A&M would owe Nebraska $4 million. If he leaves
somewhere
before December 31st, 2024, he owes Nebraska $4.12 million. That is, well, this is, I'm telling you, and the reaction, as would be expected here on our inbox, our social media, is to be expected. This is monumental. This is not good for Nebraska in their current state of where they are at with the stadium project and everything else that is going on. Here's a little reaction. So I've immediately started just hammering the people that I know that are in the business. Here's a comment from somebody that is directly involved in the business of directing athletics. I think this is a dumb move to take the Texas A&M job. Here's another one. I think Trev and A&M are a good fit. People are wondering, why would you leave now? A lot of wows. So what does it do for Nebraska? Nebraska's job is extremely appealing. You're in the Big Ten. There is this. But you do have a stadium project, which they are moving forward with. They just have not got deep into the particulars.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a question that is out there. I think in this current landscape, in this current situation, at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, I think John Cook's your next athletic director.
It's a name that has
You've
been
said
mentioned.
stuff like that before.
And it's been a name that has been mentioned several times, even before Trev got here, of would that be John Cook's natural transition from the head volleyball coach into the power chair for the athletic department for a guy who is extremely passionate, not just about the volleyball program, but Nebraska athletics. If you're going back to that word stability, if you're looking for something like that, it is someone like John Cook or somebody who has that type of resume, which very few do, that have the familiarity with athletics, but also the respect that you're going to get, that instant credibility that you would get. But it's still, I mean, these are challenging situations in front of Nebraska athletics right now, and for administration that is going to make that ultimate decision. Because I immediately think of the amount of praise that was heaped onto Trev Alberts, and I get it. You're close with Trev. I'm close with Trev. We've been around him many times. You hate to see him go, but the one guy that I'm really curious about right now and how he's feeling is Matt Rule. Yeah, the higher Matt Rule's courtship with Trev and how they were able to get Matt Rule over. He was handpicked. That was a guy that Trev continued to pursue, won him over, got him here. How's Matt Rule feeling about that? I mean, it's one of many people that I immediately think of that are impacted right now with this news.
So I think of John Cook right away, and this will be somebody that is well qualified, and not just because he has an attachment to this place, is Ed Stewart. Ed Stewart, who played football at Nebraska, championship linebacker. His connection to the University of Nebraska. You also know his connection to athletics from the University of Missouri, the Big 12. He's been at Michigan State. He is now at USC, where his official title, if I remember this correctly, he is the senior associate athletic director, but basically he is in charge of football at USC.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be a name that will be at the top of the list.
And a good one.
Ed Stewart will be at the top of the list because this is what we'll do is we'll make connections to Nebraska. Not only does Ed Stewart have a connection to Nebraska, Ed Stewart has the qualifications to be the next athletic director at Nebraska. I'm sure this will be a process because remember, you got to hire a president.
Right.
Now that's right around the corner.
And
They're
you have a new
close to-
campus chancellor too.
Yeah, they're getting close to that, but you don't have a president, and now this is legit. I mean, the people that are reporting at Texas A&M are people that I trust that this is going to happen. So this is going to be this isn't going to happen quickly, but those are two names that come to mind. If there was ever a time where John Cook, who did get interviewed when Trev was hired, John Cook got interviewed. If there was ever a time that John Cook was interested in being the athletic director at Nebraska, this would be the time. This would be the time. And I don't know. I think are they still in Hawaii? I think they're still in Hawaii with beach volleyball.
Yeah.
But those are two names that right away with connections in Nebraska that come to mind is John Cook internally and Ed Stewart, who is at USC. And when Trev was hired, that was a name that was bandied about, never really got very far, more than qualified.
And I think, Gary, you have to look at guys like that are linked to Nebraska athletics right now because of what we just laid out and the leadership positions in the university system that are in flux right now, that are right now undetermined. That are you in a position that you can go into a large, extensive athletic director search? Do you have the people in place to do that right now? So the timing of this is anything but ideal when it comes to, all right, now let's get the best candidates nationally to take a look at who could lead this athletic direction or this athletic program and who could lead this university's athletic program, that is. And also be looking at the things that are on the forefront for Nebraska when it comes to the stadium project, everything, all those challenges that come with it. You don't have a president in place. So to me, again, the timing of it is so problematic when it comes to an athletic director search that you really do have to tap into people that you feel comfortable with, people that get it, people that have previously interviewed for this job, and you've got to revisit that right now.
Well, and I think revisiting also will be Jamie Pollard at Iowa State. So when Bill Moose was pushed into retirement, Jamie Pollard's name was mentioned, and he let the discussion linger for a while before he finally said, no, I have a ton of respect for Nebraska, the great history of the administration, Coach Osborne. His daughter went to Nebraska. Jamie Pollard, who's the current Iowa State athletic director, his daughter went to Nebraska, so he knows the city of Lincoln, but he then said Iowa State is a special place, what they've done with the program. That was back in 2021.
Timing's everything.
The landscape of college athletics from the Jamie Pollard perspective at a Big 12 school has changed now. Would he be back at the front of a list at Nebraska? I mean,
always worth a phone call.
So those are three names that are going to come to mind immediately. Yeah. John Cook, Ed Stewart, Jamie Pollard.
The Jamie Pollard thing, I immediately think of the timing. Timing is everything on something of that nature. And given the state of the Big 12, not necessarily even the state of Iowa State athletics, but the state of the Big 12 versus the state of the Big 10, it's something that you'd have to consider. Because if you are always...
Which is why you call now.
Yeah, absolutely you do. So we know how you felt then. Things have changed. Has your thought on the job changed? It's to me, the most interesting thing about this is who and how are you going to start to organize candidates and get this process going, because there is no rest for the weary, and especially this time of the year with all the things that Nebraska has in front of them and the things that they are trying to drive home, that not having somebody in that position, somebody that you trust, but also somebody that is more than qualified to essentially pick up from where Trev left off, because there's finally been positive momentum in that athletic department. You can ill afford to take that step back, especially with how quickly everything is moving in college athletics, and especially being in the Big Ten. I mean, this is a big, big moment for Nebraska athletics. It's not an ideal one, but this is a huge moment for Nebraska athletics.
Bruin Steve, no. He just tweeted at us a picture of somebody who he thinks would be at the top of the list? That would be no. So
no on
there's
Charlie Weiss?
there's no confirmation anywhere. The people in Texas that are reporting this first on Houston Chronicle. Sometimes things will get floated out there and you go, I don't know. The people that are reporting it are pretty reliable that are tied in at Texas A&M.
They're who you want to not be.
And so Brent, this is why I give credence to Brent and his report in the Houston Chronicle. He was the one guy that was tied into Elko right away.
Mm-hmm.
That was going to be their football coach.
Yep.
So whoever takes over at Texas A&M will inherit a brand new football coach, Mike Elko being hired by Ross Bjork.
Good coach.
Now, whoever takes over in Nebraska not only takes over a $450 million, the biggest project ever taken on by the University of Nebraska Athletics, football stadium revamp, will they also have to take over a pending lawsuit from a former women's basketball player? We got to take a break. This is now probably a good thing that Creighton and Nebraska basketball aren't playing today. This is the NCAA tournament because
true.
This is now the story. And the response by all you, shocked. Shocked. Now there's some anger. And there's probably where there is so much smoke going on, there probably has to be something before noon that confirms because this is now just spiraling. We'll do the best to give you the information that we can get, but Brandon Vogel, good timing. He'll join us next. His thoughts from counterread.com. Again, numerous outlets in the state of Texas. When Texas Eggs reports something, they're pretty dialed in. Brent from the Houston Chronicle, all that Trev is a target. I know that last week people were mentioning, man, is this, we're hearing this, but no one around here would believe it. And yours truly, because I could never get anybody to be like, yeah, you know what? You got to pay attention to this. So just push it off to the side. Now it's real and being reported that Trev became the top target and will accept the job to be the new athletic director at Texas A&M. When I thought that Trev was going to retire from Omaha, was getting ready to retire, moved to the beach house there in Clemson, South Carolina. He was downsizing here in Omaha. Then the Nebraska job opens up. And I'm thinking, okay, this is where he'll end his career.
Yeah, this is a dream
job. He'll get
job.
football right.
Yeah.
He loves projects. He'll get the stadium right. And then he can move off into retirement, and he'll be one of the greatest Huskers ever. Texas A&M.
Kyle Field's already been redone.
Wow.
It looks fine. You didn't do anything.
All right. Brandon is next. Mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com with Gary Sharp and Nick Handley.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
Are you a delivery driver looking for a better job opportunity? Host Coffee is a local family-owned coffee, water, and vending company that has been in business since 1972. We are growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Hey, guys, it's Nick for Hims. Have you noticed that dunk that you used to have is now turning into more of a layup? You know what I mean, right? As you get older, sometimes you're looking for better performance in the bed. Maybe you're losing your hair. Well, the good news is through Hims, you can upgrade your daily routines with prescription treatments that can make a big difference and help you regain your confidence and help you feel like yourself again. So if you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com and do something about it. The entire process is 100% online, so the conversation stays between you and a medical provider that you can chat with through hims.com. And the best part is Hims treatments, it fits seamlessly into your everyday routine. So once you get treatment, taking care of your health problems is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is Cops. Receive 2 $25 gift vouchers for just $25. Cops makes delicious pizza, fresh salads, and tasty charred wings. For the basic menu, click copspizza.com. And for the extended menu, visit them at Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and the newly reopened 72nd and Jones locations.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
The college basketball championship is fast approaching, and 1620 The Zone has your chance to win a local 1620 The Watch Party at Backlot Tap House in Exarban for you and your crew. Come on! Plus, we're taking 1620 The Watch Party to Las Vegas. One grand prize winner will score a flyaway to Las Vegas to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino. Join in on the madness. Don't miss your shot to enter to win now at 1620thezone.com. Powered by Circa Resort and Casino and Backlot Tap House. And we're back. Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Here's Gary, Nick, and Jimmy on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, see what's happened? Nebraska tried to get back into the AAU, and we're not talking about the grassroots basketball circuit. Trev said, I'm out. I think the way that this is going, and there just has to be some confirmation, something. People losing it right now. On good timing here, we welcome in Brandon Vogel from CounterRoot.com. All right, so this is about 47 minutes old since it was first dropped on the Houston Chronicle. Your reaction to what is being reported but not confirmed yet?
A little bit shocked. I think I always try to kind of be aware of my own biases, but so it's possible that Nebraska, the place I am most familiar with, the program that I cover, is sort of elevated in my mind. But like Texas A&M has a lot of resources, and it's a very good job. It feels like not that big of a step up to me. Maybe I've got a misread on that situation. So that's a piece of it that surprises me maybe the most when you consider Trev Albert's history with the program. I felt like, I feel like, since he is still technically Nebraska's AD, he's been the right mix of an AD who isn't afraid to have the hard conversations, which hasn't always been the case in the past for Nebraska. But his history with the program kind of makes those conversations a little bit, they start from a smoother place, if that makes sense. It's tough to replicate that if Nebraska is going to be an AD market all of a sudden.
Hey, let me just add something. This is from a source who I trust. Trev has not accepted the job yet. Has been offered, has not accepted. That's from a source that would know of the goings on. So just want to throw that in there.
And Brandon, the thing I think we're all trying to wrap our head around is the timing of this, given where Nebraska athletics is currently in a place where they've got some exciting projects, the project in front of them. You would be leaving that if you're Trev, if you're a new athletic director, you'd be walking into that. But, as Gary brought up there, it has also been not necessarily the last 2 months have been overly positive. You do have maybe a pending lawsuit that you're dealing with when it comes to women's basketball as well. It's the timing of this is interesting. And then you look at sort of how in flux the positions above the athletic director are right now. So when you start to think about an actual athletic director search, how problematic that could be right now with the state of things right now with the university system.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of irons in the fire just with funding wise with all of the various projects Nebraska has going on. The overall health of the athletic department, I would say is pretty strong right now. When you look at basketball, both sides in a good spot. Football seems to be trending up. I mean, one of the first people I'll be interested to hear from if Alberts does indeed go to A&M is the head football coach. I mean, he's been very open about Albert's presence at Nebraska, making this a place he wanted to be. And that's two concerns down the line, maybe 3, 4, 5 concerns down the line, but it'll be interesting. It definitely seemed like you had a good match there between AD and football coach, which is also very, very important.
All right, let me add another thing here. I'm sorry, Brent. I'm balancing two things here.
Okay.
So the people that would need to know do know that Trev has been honest with them that he has been offered the job. He has not accepted the job yet, according to this person. They will know before the end of business today what he is going to do. So that's what I have from a very reliable source.
Yeah, I would say that's close to things Aaron and I have been hearing as we've hit the phones this morning for whatever comes next for us on Counter Read. Our next newsletter will be tomorrow. It's just a matter of what's going to be in it.
I bet this wasn't supposed to be on it.
No, it wasn't. But boy, is it an interesting topic. I mean, this would be what, Nebraska's 5th full-time AD just since joining the Big Ten. Like, I think about this a lot. We talk about continuity in football and finding that coach who can kind of be there and stay there. Nebraska hasn't had it at the AD spot either. I mean, 3-year average tenure is basically what we'd be looking at then. Like, it's tough to build something that's solid when that's the case.
Let me ask you this. If we're, again, it's not a done deal yet. We haven't heard anything final. But if there is one quality that you would value more than anything that Trev had that is going to be paramount for the next athletic director, one or two even, what stands out to you about Trev and what allowed him to be successful, but what would also hopefully be a big part of the next athletic director?
Yeah, so it's a tough one. The first thing that jumps to mind is I think you're looking for a candidate who can be out front on NIL, which is tough to say because, that could all change with the rule change, with some oversight somewhere. Like it's a very fluid environment, but for what it is right now, I think having a grasp on that and truly turning it into an asset under the current, rules that are out there is probably the biggest piece because, the Big Ten's TV deal is situated for now. I guess you get pulled into further expansion discussions when those discussions start, if they do. So there's a lot that is there's a lot of hay in the barn, I think, that there wasn't when Trev Alberts started just a couple of seasons ago. So NIL seems like kind of the biggest wild card and the biggest area where Nebraska, we all assume and think that they do have a pretty big advantage there and have that potential. That's actually getting the results that say, yeah, obviously NIL is a factor, I think becomes kind of key in given the current state of college athletics.
Okay, so just to emphasize for people that are tuning in, it was reported through Texas A&M media that he is expected to take the job, Trev, to take the Texas A&M job. He has not accepted the job according to the Nebraska perspective, but they will have an answer by the end of today. So, we always know where there's smoke, there's fire. So let's just move forward, Brandon. Not only the athletic department, but the university. Why can't Nebraska retain a Ted Carter or a Trev Alberts?
It's a tough question. It is probably the biggest question I think facing the university. When you look at if Alberts goes to A&M, and you already lost, Ted Carter to Ohio State. Like those are big time jobs, like near the top of the ladder in both of their respective fields. at best, maybe it's just that. But at something less than best, I think you have to wonder about the continual change, like the difficulty. I think Trev came in with a very clear idea of like, here's problems we got to solve. Here's the organizational structure I want, and I think he's been enacting that, but it's still in progress. So you look at Nebraska. This is more higher education, which isn't my area of expertise, but in terms of enrollment, like it's different than a lot of those Big Ten schools kind of classically are, and the conference has changed drastically too. So maybe that difference is going away from what it was in 2011. But there's just part of it there where I think these massive institutions like A&M, like in Ohio State or a Michigan, are kind of viewed as another step up the ladder. And I don't know what you can do to change that necessarily. You certainly can't change it quickly.
You'll have much more on this on counterread.com. As you said, you have another newsletter coming out. I do want to ask you, and you came along at a really good time because I like your perspective on this stuff, and you've dealt with breaking news before, but I want to ask you about basketball. What's the importance of Nebraska's weekend in Minneapolis, in your opinion? We know how important the following week is, but what is the importance of Friday, potentially Saturday, potentially Sunday for Nebraska basketball?
Play well, and you're never going to get around the zero in the NCAA tournament win column. That's going to be the talk all next week. Play well in this tournament, and I think you can at least diminish that a little bit because Nebraska ends on 5-6-1 run to end the season. If they go to the Big Ten tournament and play well, I think you just continue that momentum. But you also kind of, I know I personally haven't watched Nebraska basketball for a long time. Could be like, yeah, they're the 3 seed. I wouldn't be shocked. Penn State could get there. Penn State's dangerous. Indiana, less so. But I think, like a lot of people, the trust is always moving with Nebraska. Can you trust this team to play like a 3 seed? Yep. I still don't know if they do that. I think you go into the NCAA tournament feeling pretty good.
Yeah, that would change add a little more spice to next week.
Absolutely.
As always, I appreciate it. I look forward to as the day unfolds and your perspective on all of this on the next newsletter from counterread.com.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
It's Brandon Vogel, and again, I apologize to Nick, who is still in studio with us. Our big announcement that Omaha Storm Chaser baseball will be over on News Talk 1290 Coil this season with 120 games. They all come in on this breaking news. So
thanks a lot.
So
Trev.
let's just reset it, and then we'll do the crossover, and Connor will keep you abreast, and of course the guys in the afternoon. First reported by the Houston Chronicle that Trev was the top candidate for Texas A&M as their athletic director job open, with Ross Bjork leaving to go to Ohio State, where Ted Carter is now the president, who was, along with Trev Alberts, integral in hiring Matt Rule, the football coach. They first reported that Trev is the top target, that he is expected to take the job. He has let everybody know that needs to know here in Nebraska that he has been offered the job. He has not accepted the job as of, let me see when this text came, 9:30, but they do expect a yay or a nay before the end of the day. So that's where we are at. Yeah. But the people in Texas that are reporting this, I don't think you would just throw this out there. They are legit sources. So, again, we had about 2 weeks of normalcy with Nebraska athletics. And the stat that Brandon just gave, if this does come to fruition and Trev leaves his alma mater and goes to Texas A&M, 5 athletic directors since Nebraska joined the Big Ten.
Yeah.
They haven't been in the Big Ten since 1888. Okay. It has just been since 2011 that Nebraska has been in the Big Ten. This would be the 13th year. They would be looking at their 6th athletic director.
Yeah. That lack of continuity is unreal. And I'm hoping, I know it was maybe at a lesser scale and maybe less reliable outlets when it came to the Tony White news and USC. I'm hoping, for personal reasons, and I think, again, for the stability of the athletic department, I'm hoping that this turns out to be one of those days where all of a sudden there's a lot of momentum to this, And then we find out later that either there was a change of heart at the 11th hour or it wasn't all correctly being reported that he is somehow staying. But either way, we're gonna know today. And this is
if this happens, is this, of everything that's gone on with Nebraska athletics, isn't this like the most Nebraska thing that could happen considering how things have gone?
You guys could tell me, and it sounds like
100%. So that's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, shame on us for being overly shocked by this, even though we are all still pretty damn shocked by this. If it turns out that Trev Alberts is heading to Texas A&M, he's not there yet. Nothing has been official. There's no been official accepting of the position.
Yeah, there's been no confirmation on either side, but people are aware of an offer that was made. That's probably the best way that I would explain it. And from Nebraska's perspective, the people that then would have to go into motion of an interim AD, start the process to hire another AD, they are well aware. They have been abreast of the situation. They do expect a resolution or an answer by the end of the day. But Trev has not accepted the job as of right now, but has been offered a job at a place that has a lot more money than Nebraska.
Yeah. And maybe I was naive and others naive to think that this was the last stop in the athletic director role for Trev Alberts.
I mean,
but
it made sense.
It did.
Yeah,
Everything did.
We don't know,
but
I'm not going to speculate. We'll just let this play out and see how it goes throughout the day. And a lot of people throughout the industry that are in that industry or cover it are really, really surprised. And then I got some people in my inbox that are like, you know what? If you put two and two together and you think of the current landscape in the state of Nebraska with people that are involved and all of that, it probably will make sense at the end of the day. Who knows? Gosh, I thought we were going to get to a month.
Yeah.
Happy first day back.
God, Hoiberg.
Did we ever truly get to Fred?
This is Fred's fault now? Come on.
I don't know. We should have known something was going to happen when the first email into the Equitable Bank inbox today was complaining at me about my stance on the statue at Memorial Park that was taken down.
It was an auspicious start. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy wasn't going to get on today.
We should have known.
We do share the same first name. We have different opinions on things, and we work in different type of radio stations. But I thank you for getting the party started for this 4 hours.
It did. Oh, the chain reaction.
All right. This will continue throughout the day with the discussion. Connor Happer's coming up next in Sportsmanlike Conduct. Yeah. Enjoy the basketball, everybody.
Oh, yeah. There's that today.
It's
right.
mornings with Sharp and Handley on 1620 The Zone.